Good morning, everybody. I will call this meeting of the the Interim Joint Judiciary Committee to order. We're going to start in a subcommittee today because we don't have enough members here right at 9:10 to make a quorum, but I don't want to keep our presenters waiting, and I know that our members who are running late or have other obligations will catch up when they come in, or after today's meeting they will go back and watch whatever presentations they miss. So let's go ahead and take the roll so we know who's here, and then when we have a quorum, I'll just take a brief pause in our proceedings to go ahead and end the subcommittee meeting and start the committee meeting and take roll again. So if our esteemed secretary would please take the roll.
Senator Harris. Senator Pickard. Assemblywoman Krasner. Assemblywoman Marzola.
Here.
Assemblywoman Wynn.
Here.
Assemblyman O'Neill.
Here.
Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong.
Present.
Chair Scheibel.
Here. We might have quorum. All right, we met quorum with the addition of our surprise online participant, Assemblywoman Marzola. Thank you for helping us meet quorum today. So we are going to go ahead and start off the committee meeting. There may be other members joining us later, and I would ask the secretary just to mark them present as they arrive. With that being said, we are going to move into our first agenda item after just a brief little bit of housekeeping. You guys are probably getting sick of hearing me say this, but our meetings are long. We will try to take a break towards the middle for lunch. I'll try to let you guys know when that's going to be in advance. If any of the presenters have time constraints, need to go before lunch, after lunch, please let me know and we will try to accommodate that. Speaking of presentations, if you're a presenter today and your presentation has not already been provided to the committee staff, I'm looking at you, DPS, Post, and the Nevada Sheriffs and Chiefs Associations. You need to get those to our staff ASAP because we've not received them, or maybe you don't have PowerPoints, and that's fine too. I just want to make sure that everybody everybody's able to view them and see them if you are planning to present anything. With that, we will move into our public comment, and I'll start with anybody here in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment in person. You'll have 2 minutes per person. I don't see anybody. Oh, I do see somebody coming up to the table. If you're new to our party, you might not know that you have to hit the microphone button in front of you so that the mic will turn on and your comments will be recorded. Just state your name when you begin and then turn off the mic when you're finished.
Thank you very much. My name is John Etzel, Executive Director for Boys Town, Nevada, here in Las Vegas, a nonprofit that does quite a bit of work on the wraparound services side. And so testimony today is in regards to the summary evictions and the impact that we're seeing as a provider who is working with families who've already experiencing some challenges. Folks that are coming to us with either some child abuse or neglect, some potential DJJ involvement. And what we've seen so far in 2022 is a higher number of what we consider closing cases. And some of those closing cases are coming from families who have experienced summary evictions, given 7 days notice, and there are not nearly enough available options for housing types here in Las Vegas right now. And these families are then already with some challenges with Boys Town working to support them to get back on their feet, being served with these, and then all of a sudden having to make decisions of, do I sleep in my car, do we move into a parking lot, or do we leave Las Vegas altogether? And oftentimes we've got our workers who are out in the community and very well connected with the social supports that typically are holding these families up, and right now there's simply just not enough of those opportunities for these families, and they're being forced to to be in situations that we don't want these families to be in, and oftentimes end up leaving the city because they're looking elsewhere where they've got additional options for better housing. So Boys Town wants to be on the record for supporting a moratorium or a pause on summary evictions in total because of the negative impact that it's having on our most vulnerable populations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It looks like we have somebody else coming up to give public comment. Please make sure you've turned the microphone on. Please make sure you turn the microphone on. There's a button down at the very bottom on the table itself. It'll light up when you press it. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
maybe it's up on the backs. The
Okay,
backsplash? I don't know.
All right. My name is James Bean. I'm retired on Social Security. My brother and I moved here from Los Angeles 3 years ago. And at the time we moved, you could not find a single apartment in Los Angeles for less than $1,500 a month. Rents have risen significantly since then. Let's see, in Los Angeles, you have massive tent cities and working people living in their cars because they can't afford an apartment. Inaction has led to a housing crisis there. When we moved to Las Vegas, we were able to afford a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment for about $900 a month. This was affordable on our combined Social Security incomes. My brother was even able to buy a car. Then the pandemic hit, and about the same time I had some health setbacks, not related to COVID. When the moratorium ended, rent prices started going through the roof. After 2 years of paying our rent on time, never late, they hit us with a lease renewal that included a 60% increase. If we had opted month to month, our rent would have doubled. We managed to renegotiate a lease and stay in our apartment for another year. Otherwise, we would have been homeless. Our lease is up in November. I have no idea what we're going to do after that. Gasoline, food, medicine, all keep going up and up and up. And Social Security saw a modest 5% increase in January. I'm currently looking for affordable senior housing, but the waiting lists are months, if not years, long. I'm here because my story is like a lot of other seniors living on a fixed income. There is no place for us to go. If I were evicted in as little as 7 days, as the summary eviction process allows, my brother and I would be homeless. I cannot be homeless. My health and age would, it would kill me. The summary eviction process is allowing people like me who are already struggling to be tossed out into the street with nothing to do, with no alternative. If this is what you want, look at Los Angeles. There's sprawling tent cities. There's people living in their cars. Rising crime as working people have no place to go, nothing must do. All of this to protect the rights of landlords. What about our rights? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see, oh no, I do see somebody else in Las Vegas coming up to give public comment. Please go ahead.
My name's Angel Ascano. I'm here representing Somos Votantes. Somos Votantes is a Latino-led, Latino-focused organization aimed at engaging and empowering Latinos to bring prosperity and hope, in our communities. First of all, I'd like to thank the committee for allowing me to speak. I'm going to be speaking on the summary evictions. It doesn't take much to see that our neighbors are suffering. As a plethora of hardworking Latino and immigrant families in Las Vegas take blow after blow, with the pandemic and the rising cost of living, summary evictions loom as a harbinger of ruin for these families. Our summary eviction process is the epitome of systematic inequality, putting an excruciating burden on tenants by letting the most vulnerable, or by letting landlords step aside due process and throw the most vulnerable of us into the streets to further endure hardship. It's important to note that undocumented immigrants face considerably higher risks due to language barriers, resource barriers, and the potential threat of deportation from coercive landlords who put profit over the lives of Latino and immigrant families across the valley. It is fact that 40% of Nevadans are renters, and of those 40%, 2/3 are people of color. Ending summary evictions will give Black and brown families a chance to contact community resources, translate their notices, and a fighting chance to maintain some semblance of security. Just please consider my comments and any other testimonies when making a decision on summary evictions. You have the power to stop letting Nevadan families unjustly go homeless. Thank you.
All right. Now I actually don't see anybody else in Las Vegas getting up to give public comment, so we'll go to anybody in person in Carson City. All right, I see the nod that there is somebody in Carson City to give public comment. You will also have 3 minutes. I think the microphones work the same up there.
My name is Heather Matthews, and I moved to Carson City from Reno a few years ago. I bought an RV so that I would have more choice in my housing. I moved into Camp in Town in Carson City, and from the beginning, I had my RV rammed into. My RV was broken into multiple times, and there's been 2 times where somebody deliberately has run their diesel truck for up to 45 minutes at a time, causing my allergic condition a lot of distress. I asked the owner, Ivan Lapierre, to do something about it. He didn't handle it adequately, as he didn't all these other times. I believe it has to do with a lawsuit that I had going with California State University involving the publishing of a book that they were interfering with. It went all the way to the United States Supreme Court and hasn't seen the inside of a courtroom because I can't afford a lawyer, which I don't think is just due process. However, I did call finally because my health was suffering, code enforcement and the police. And 4 days later, I received a no-cause eviction notice on my RV door. I talked to the owner, and they could not give me a reason why I received the eviction. I've always paid my rent on time. I'm an exemplary citizen and well-educated and have help with community events. I don't think this is fair to just give a senior citizen a no-cause eviction and put them out necessarily into the street or have trouble finding affordable housing. I think that Nevada should put forth just cause, that you have to give a reason, and a bona fide reason, especially for seniors, to try to evict somebody, because it's a lot harder for seniors to find affordable housing, and especially to find another RV park to move into. I had 2 situations already in Reno where funny things started happening, and I believe they're taking bribes at Camp in Town from California State University, and there has not been investigation, even though I've written to all kinds of officials about this, including Governor Sisolak and the Nevada Supreme Court, of which I didn't get an attorney either to represent this. Oh, I just hope that there can be, as I mentioned, just cause and a moratorium on no-cause evictions. It's not fair to people to be put out of their homes for no reason that's bona fide, especially seniors. Thank you very much.
Good morning, members of the committee. I'm going to read to keep it on point. First, I would like to say thank you for your service in choosing to be here this morning, as everybody has major schedules, and we appreciate your service. My name is Farah Downey, and I am the CEO of JF Downey Realty Consulting and Advisory Services. And I'm here today because I am an expert in this space, and I want to provide some context for you that may help in your decision making. I have developed a program called the Emergency Eviction Prevention Program in Northern Nevada, and that has successfully provided services to hundreds of tenants and landlords regarding evictions and crisis relocations on behalf of the Reno Housing Authority. We are a unique program that utilizes many techniques and do not hold any funding source of our own, and our motto is to obtain, retain, or sustain permanent housing. Unlike any other eviction program out there, we do not just pay someone's rent or guide them to legal consultation. Going into our second year with RHA, we have really seen the impact an eviction can have on an individual and a family. So let me share a story with you regarding a very real eviction. For privacy reasons, we'll just call her Sarah. Epen was alerted to a lockout by a compassionate officer who knew that Sarah needed resources other than jail when she refused to leave her apartment, which led to trespassing and her arrest. She was able to live independently, but was incapable of understanding her tenancy rights, let alone due process. Sarah became catatonic in our jail and started to exhibit extreme distress. She would not engage staff and would not eat, and seeing this rapid decline, the Sheriff's Department transported Sarah to the hospital for immediate care. And let me tell you that the body follows the mind, and Sarah has never recovered after being hospitalized, and she's no longer with us. I am not here to fight against evictions or say that they are unnecessary, because they are, and we cannot change the business of contracted housing, but you all hold the power to change the way that it is done. I am proud to say that there is a solution, and this is in the form of what we call an eviction evaluator. When a landlord files a notice, it is at that moment that a trigger will be When a landlord files a notice, it is at that moment that it will trigger an evaluator. And that evaluator will be notified, and within 48 hours, that tenant will be contacted and an assessment will be conducted to evaluate the situation surrounding the reason for the eviction. This will work simultaneously to the already existing procedures as to avoid disruption to the flow of due process. This can lead to mediation, resources, or crisis relocation, all which give stronger tenant rights and options for eviction diversion. An evaluator can evade homelessness and save taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars each year. Statistics show that keeping a family in their home saves taxpayers approximately $70,000 per year in shelter costs. Therefore, eviction prevention and changing the process with a complementary step is a solution I think that Democrats and Republicans can all agree on. We all see in our experience, we see at Epen specifically, is that tenant rights are being stifled in the process. And it should be no surprise that the legal system is not conducive to the average person and incredibly difficult to navigate, especially in times of crisis. In addition to the social impacts, evictions lead to increased government spending, affecting capital budgets, causing reduced expenditures on other important programs. With data and feedback from many of our partners, we believe that adopting proactive interventions to avoid evictions is more psychologically beneficial and cost-effective. And so I leave you today with a seed that I'm willing to help any of you grow and welcome the opportunity to do so. And thank you and have a good day.
All right, not seeing anybody else in Carson City. I'm going to come back to Las Vegas real quickly to see if anybody else here wants to make a public comment. All right, we will go to the phones, please.
Thank you, Chair. To provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good morning, Chair Scheibel and members of the committee. Tanya Brown, Advocates for the Inmates and the Innocent. On behalf of Advocates for the Inmates and the Innocent, we are submitting our solicitation of recommendations to this committee. We ask that you please accept our recommendations for your consideration. I previously provided, I believe in March, our recommendations, and I have already resubmitted them again. There are 4 recommendations. One is a petition for factual innocence posthumously. This will give the families the opportunity to continue forward where their loved ones have left off due to their untimely death. We also are looking at changing in the discovery, which would be the statute of limitations, particularly with newly discovered evidence being found even years after one's death. And recommendation, 4 would be compensation for those loved ones and the families they've left behind. Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, committee members. My name is Nathan Noble. I am a student at the University of Nevada, Reno. I am a senator for the College of Liberal Arts. And for the past months of November and October of 2021, I lived without a home. I'm here today to talk to you about the experience of not having a place to live, because I lived precariously on the goodwill of my connections, and some nights I just did not know where to go. Everything became more difficult. My physical and mental health took a sharp decline, and quite frankly, I am far from the only one who has had this experience. I was lucky that for me it was temporary. For others, this reality is permanent once they are evicted. Right now, the university's on-campus housing prices are up almost 27% over the past decade, and off-campus rent prices are at an all-time high. This has happened as the same people who constantly talk about education and students stand idly by while we are denied the most basic resources that we need to learn. This is why this is a student issue too. It's no wonder that so many of us have to choose between paying tuition and paying for a roof over our heads. Some of us couch surf, some of us live in our cars, some of us don't have those options or anywhere else to go. This isn't an issue that anyone has the luxury of ignoring, because by needlessly condemning our peers and our neighbors to live on the streets, we not only degrade ourselves and them, but we weaken the fabric of our community as a whole. This is a completely avoidable problem. There have been many solutions that have and will be mentioned. But are any of them free? No, of course not. Nothing is free. But instead of thinking of that cost as a burden, I implore you to think of it as an investment in students like me and in the future of Nevada. Because if you do nothing, this problem cannot go away. You can't make unhoused people disappear. Policing cannot solve homelessness. Only affordable housing does. So today I ask you to please do something about the eviction crisis that's happening, because this is a crisis, not of the homeless, but of the system that is failing them. So I implore you now, for the strength of our state and the lives of the people that you are elected to serve, please address this crisis now. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Good morning. This is Naomi Doer. I'm a Reno City Council member. Just checking you can hear me.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Again, I'm a Reno City Council member covering the area generally Moana to Mount Rose Highway. And I just want to give you 3 quick examples of the issues we are facing as council members. One is an example of a very nice, well-established apartment complex established in the 70s. A 90-year-old woman reached out to me. She was facing a $1,000 increase, which is a 100% increase. I reached out to the Nevada Apartment Association, Susan Vasquez, who was able to help me speak to the portfolio manager, and I was able to negotiate, instead of a $1,000 increase, a $350 increase. I think what this says is that there is room to move within these price increases. But she could not afford it, obviously. She had no additional $350 or $1,000. Second example, I am working with a group of residents who are seniors, had been seniors, met with me called me a year ago. I put together a meeting with Nevada Legal Services, Washoe Legal Services, Reno Housing Authority, and Reno staff. We looked at all of the options. They were very worried that they would be evicted with the new owner. A year went by and slowly evictions began to come. Currently, they're sitting in a situation where many of them are receiving eviction notices so that the new owner can rehab, although in some cases the apartments have already been rehabbed, and they are then looking at the need to requalify with a 70% increase. An example is $1,100 today going to $1,760, a $670 increase for these seniors. Bottom line, many of them cannot do it, and they are moving out. Finally, I want to give you the example of an affordable, brand new, 3-year-old senior housing project. Folks moved in, they established the rents, some qualified for Section 8. However, right now they're receiving rent increases that range from $100 to $200. I was surprised to find out that subsidized housing can have rent increases based on the amount that HUD says the AMI has changed. Reno has increasing pay so that the average income is rising, and so that gets translated to these seniors. And so finally, I have some recommendations. One of my recommendations would be that people that are in subsidized housing, which is money both from the federal government and the state through the home funds, perhaps we should be looking at longer leases so that rent increases, if they are justified, would come at a later term, not within 1 year of moving in. And secondly, perhaps there should be limits on those rent increases. These folks have been getting small increases each year, and now they're looking at average rent increase of about $150, which many of them have already had to turn in their notice. They cannot handle that. So I am counting on you, legislature. I know you're in the same elected position I am. There are no easy answers, but I am telling you that it starts right here on the ground floor, right at your cities, right at your counties, where we are being asked to help individuals. And I really think that we need a answer at the state level, some process improvements. So thank you for hearing. I work a lot with Farah Downey, who you heard earlier. She's a phenomenal advocate for seniors, but again, she is one person. I am one person. We cannot do this one by one. We really need your help with a more regional, statewide solution. So thank you very much for hearing me today.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Richards, and I hold the office of the Attorney for the Rights of Older Persons, persons with a physical disability, intellectual disability, or a related condition under NRS 427A, and serve at the pleasure of the Governor. I also serve as the federally designated legal assistance developer for Nevada under the Older Americans Act, and oversee our legal services grants for persons over 60. In 2017, the Nevada Supreme Court conducted a civil legal needs study, and the data compiled did not even include housing as a top 5 issue for older adults. The report outlines that the access to justice barrier in Nevada continues to remain high, with 76% of the needs going unmet as low-income Nevadans and older adults fight to protect their families and their homes without legal help. Now, in 2022, housing continues to be our largest service type across the state, with upwards of 30,000 evictions filed last year. From July 2002 to March of this year, our Nevada 211 program, which connects people to services across the state, had over 75,000 contacts for housing and shelter needs. Older adults and persons with disabilities are disproportionately impacted by evictions and represent the fastest growing segment of the homeless population, with nearly half of all older homeless people becoming homeless for the first time after age 50. The latest data from Nevada's 2021 Elders Count, which is a partnership between the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine, the State of Nevada Aging Disability Services Division, and the Office of Data Analytics, indicates that in Northern Nevada, almost 16% of children live with their grandparents, and in Southern Nevada, that number rises to 75%. Today, you will hear about the impact of evictions on children. Our agency provides critical services to babies and toddlers through Nevada Early Intervention Services and children through our Autism Treatment Assistance Program. Our programs have had many families affected by housing instability and eviction that are moving from motel to motel or couch surfing, and it has negatively impacted the continuity and efficacy of the services for these children. For seniors and persons with disabilities, housing insecurity can have a devastating effect from which they may never recover. They face loss of access to necessary medication, access to health care, access to important documentation, and they are also at a higher risk of being hospitalized and subsequently institutionalized. The current summary eviction process in our state puts the burden on the tenant to initiate court proceedings. For individuals that are already plugged into the aging network, our social workers are not able to obtain information on the evictions or verify the filings. Often clients may have cognitive issues or other disabilities, and the very service network that is designed to help them is undermined. In my professional experience as an attorney, including practice in other states, I'm not aware of any other state that requires the tenant to initiate the court action by a filing. In conclusion, if we can connect individuals to services, it will help ease the burden on crisis resources throughout the state. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Eric Butler. It's ERICBUTLER, and I live in Las Vegas, Nevada. Today I want to share my housing story with you and I ask to take an end to summary evictions. In November 2021, my landlord served me a summary eviction due to falling behind on rent. In 2020, while I was working as an operations manager, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis and transverse myelitis. I was able to keep working for 6 months, but after that, I was physically and mentally unable to work anymore. I managed to keep up with rent until the summer of 2021, thanks to the child tax credit, before I was dug into a financial hole. In that time, I did everything I could to make rent payments, paying a little bit here and there. With the stress of trying to make rent and my health, I was on a downward spiral and I ended up in the hospital. In the time that I spent in the hospital, my landlord couldn't reach me and I got served an eviction notice. Thanks to the support of Make It Work Nevada, I was able to file an answer, and because of AB 46, I was able to stay my eviction with my pending chapter application, but not every person was so lucky to get the support or know what to do without Make It Work Nevada. I would not have been able to navigate this process. The eviction process should not be so complicated for tenants. They deserve due process and an eviction hearing. My landlord should not be able to kick me out on such short notice when I'm dealing with hardships and in the hospital. The legislature needs to take action to address these issues by banning summary evictions and ensuring that Nevadans like me can always have a roof over their heads and a safe, stable home for their families. Thank you.
Hello. Caller with the last digit 672. You're unmuted and may begin.
Thank you. Hello, community members. I am a social worker in Las Vegas that assists both seniors and disabled individuals who are either receiving in-home services to remain independently within their homes, or they may be in the process of discharging from a long-term care setting. I would like to share the experiences of some of my clients as it relates to summary evictions. Many of my clients have multiple medical diagnoses which require in-home supportive services, or who are living alone in rental properties within Clark County with the goal of continuing to live as independently as possible with those supportive services. There are times when my clients need medical attention and are then transported to hospitals or rehab facilities for their care. As such, these individuals are then out of their homes without the ability to pay their rent. In some occasions, these individuals are not able to return home because the eviction process has begun while they're hospitalized. While in the hospital, my clients do not have the ability to leave the facility to either participate in the eviction process, to pay their rent, or to remove their belongings within their apartment. The individuals are then left with no options of discharging back to the community because they do not have the ability to locate independent housing. They cannot save for deposits or first month's rent, and they have lost all their belongings in their apartment, as it has been often cleaned out after the eviction has taken place. The summary eviction process often results in needlessly high hospitalization costs, which are often paid for through Medicare and Medicaid insurance programs, and it also contributes to the continued medical decline of these clients. I ask for an overview of the summary eviction process, a stay of the eviction summary process, and alternative options for these specific individuals. Thank you for your time.
Caller with the last three digits, 816, please press *6 to unmute. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Ted Green, and I live in Nevada in the Councilwoman's District. Our apartment complex was purchased by a California LLC just over a year ago. It used to be a senior apartment building, complex, I should say, with approximately 65 units or so. Over the last year, they only raised the rent approximately $100. Since then, they have now started evicting senior citizens that live here. The average age of the seniors that live here is approximately 70 years old, and it goes up to about 97. We have residents here that have been here over 30 years, which are now being kicked out of their apartments. There is absolutely no reason for this to happen for these people. I personally have no more skin in the game. I am leaving town. I'm moving out of state. This is a problem that should have been taken care of a long time ago. Now is the time for action. Our state legislators need to look at this issue, stop this eviction process, and get affordable housing. If that's something that you can't do, let's change the laws. Change the laws so the counties and the cities have more power. So, and of course that involves changing the Constitution, but give them more powers where they have more control over the cities and counties so we can move forward and do something not only for the seniors, but the residents in general. This is a problem. Again, you're either chasing people out of town or you're putting them on the streets. Now is the time for action. Thank you so much for your time.
Caller with the last three digits, 829. Please press *6 to unmute. You may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is V. Shell Sanders, and I'm a resident of Las Vegas, Nevada. I've resided there for the past 11 years. I moved from Chicago in 2011 to give my sons a better life. And throughout the years, I've had a few financial hardships that forced me to seek assistance. The application process and rental and utility assistance programs are very lengthy and unsuccessful in Vegas. It's very hard to get the assistance that you need in a timely manner. And a lot of times I would go to certain places and I would leave in tears. And I was able to overcome many obstacles and maintain my finances. But I've had such horrific experiences. So I was given an eviction notice in 2 days. I had to leave. I had never experienced anything like that. I wasn't even offered to go to court. And I was forced to move to a much cheaper and a much less crowded place. And every month I still fear of not being able to pay my rent because it's a slumlord housing complex. And I fear of not being able to pay my rent every month, that I would be unhoused. I work with a lot of different organizations that fight for rights for the tenants, as well as serving those that are unhoused. And my biggest fear is that I will be unhoused and unable to get the assistance that's needed. I think that it's very important that we end some of the evictions. And I think that you please do something now. Thank you.
Caller with the last 2 digits, 618, you are unmuted and may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you very much. My name's Megan O'Farrell. I live in Washoe County, and I'm calling today to ask you for some policy changes to the eviction from our state. I recently lost my housing earlier this season to family from California who purchased our home so that they could turn it into an Airbnb so they didn't have to pay to vacation when they come to visit. I live in this community. I work for a nonprofit farm as a farmer, and I cannot afford to live in this town. Thankfully, I have not experienced an eviction process because it sounds terrible. And as you've heard from the folks before me, it's affecting children, it's affecting elderly folks, affecting students, it's affecting large swaths of our population. And given the current circumstances with how we treat folks who are unhoused, this is only going to increase the amount of people who are experiencing homelessness. We do not have the appropriate services to address homelessness now, and we absolutely cannot afford to increase population by unnecessary means such as these eviction processes. I encourage you to work with local policy makers and local elected officials, as well as the community who's experiencing these kinds of traumas, to come up with legislative policy that can support everyone in our community. We deserve to have access to housing. It is a basic human right. For your time, and have a great day.
Good morning, Anne-Marie Grant, Advocates for the Inmates and the Innocent. I am requesting you support our recommendations for the inmates and the innocent, particularly our petition for factual innocence posthumously. We understand wrongful convictions happen with the recent cases such as DeMarlo Barry, Kathy Woods, and Kirsten Lobato. When an innocent person dies in prison, the heartache and pain does not end for the families. The stigma they live with due to the wrongful conviction continues. If DeMarlo Barry had died in prison, would we have said, so what? Family of those that have passed away in prison while maintaining their innocence should have the opportunity to clear their name. Currently, the law has no path forward for these families. I have witnessed the repercussions living family members have endured due to fighting for changes and not backing down from the truth. With public records requests, families of those who have passed away wrongfully convicted are now finding newly discovered evidence via these public records requests. Again, we are asking that you support our petition for factual innocence as well as our compensation recommendations. Now I'd like to come in as a private citizen, Anne-Marie Grant. Sister Thomas Purdy, murdered by Reno Police and Washoe County Sheriff's Office, October 8th, 2015, during a mental health crisis. In 2021, 31 community members died during interactions with police in Nevada, 467 since the year 2000 per fatalencounters.org. Memorial Day just passed. We know that many of our houseless community members are veterans suffering from untreated mental illness. In the state of Nevada, I've identified 15 community members who proudly and bravely served our country. They could survive war, but they could not survive police in Nevada. David Lee Kuhn, Efren Serrano, Eric Scott, Francis Spivey, James Pease, Don Humbleton, Kenneth Stafford, Lloyd Nopick, Rex Wilson, Robert McKinney, Ronald Neal Joseph Jr., Stanley Gibson, Tabanico Tom Pirtle, Tommy Lee Guest, and Owen Earl Barton. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kimberly Ireland. I work as a dispatcher on the Las Vegas Strip and have been a culinary union member for 12 years. Back in March of 2020, with COVID-19 pandemic hit, it was really tough time for my family and I didn't have a lot of money saved up, so I burned right through my savings quickly. During the pandemic, I was trying to work as much as possible, so I didn't get a lot of employment, and I fell behind on rent. Since 2017, I've lived with my family. I'm a single mom, head of my household. While I haven't been physically evicted and still occupy my residence, I'm possibly facing a 30-day notice from my landlord to vacate. Since 2020 to present, my landlord has filed twice to evict my family and I. Twice the CHAPS program has helped us pay back rent. Most recently, as a couple of weeks ago, CHAPS sent my landlord money, but the landlord doesn't seem like she's willing to work with me anymore. I'm very grateful for the funds that CHAPS came through with, but I've exhausted CHAPS funds now. Earlier this year, I got COVID, and since I haven't been feeling well enough and not able to work, I've fallen behind on my May and June rent. I worry that once my landlord gets the CHAPS check, she will evict me. It's just been a constant back and forth with my landlord. She has served me with a no-cause eviction notice, and if that process then goes through, it's going to put us in the bind. I soon hope to feel better enough to go back to work, but even with steady income, it's been really hard to find an affordable place to live. Rent is ridiculous, and my family and I are really stressed. Currently, we pay $2,500 a month, and I worry that the landlord will increase the rent. If that happens, we won't even be able to afford to stay. With everything that's been happening between the pandemic, my illness, and now facing eviction notice, it's been a lot to deal with. I hope something that can be done to protect renters more. Thank you for listening to my story.
For those who have just joined, if you wish to provide public comment at this time, please press *9 now. Caller with the last three digits, 533. You are unmuted and may begin.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Committee. This is Lisa Mosley. My name is spelled L-E-I-S-A, last name Mosley, M-O-S-E-L-E-Y. And today I'm calling in to offer public comment as myself. We cannot talk about the issue of summary eviction without talking about the issue of real estate investment trust. I live in the city of Las Vegas, and all around me, there are new housing limits going up at really rapid rates. This seems like a great idea, but the problem comes in when investors come in and buy these homes for cash, often pricing out everyday families that are looking to purchase a home for their family. This creates a rental market. But not only are these investors purchasing new single-family homes, they are purchasing apartment complexes and also condominium complexes. These apartments, these homes are overseen by landlords that are corporations, not your everyday landlord. Oftentimes, the cost of maintaining these properties is passed on to tenants. The corporations take no responsibility for maintaining these homes. And because I don't believe the Nevada statute dictates an order in which rental payments must be applied, if a tenant has any late fees or outstanding fees, landlords can take any money paid for rent and apply those monies to fees first, leaving tenants with a balance of rent that the landlord can now begin eviction proceedings for if that rent is not paid. This creates a greater possibility that we will see evictions increase in our future. I think our legislature, in an effort to solve this eviction problem, must look at limiting the number of properties that investors can purchase here in Nevada. We must investigate this issue of real estate investment trusts and new home purchases and existing homes, condominiums, and apartments being placed in these real estate investment trusts. This ultimately lines the pockets of investors and pushes everyday families and people who are looking to just have a roof over their head every day out of the market. Thank you for your time. You guys have a great day.
Chair, at this time, the line is open and working, but we have no additional callers for public comment.
All right. Thank you so much. We are going to move on to the next item on our agenda. I'll remind everybody that we have another public comment period coming up at the end of the meeting. So if you came in late and still want to make public comment, that opportunity. I believe the next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes from the May 6th meeting. And I also understand that the minutes did not reflect that Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong was present. And so if we could just make that correction. Her comments were included in the body of the minutes, but we just missed her name up at the very top. Any other discussion on the minutes or any motions, perhaps to approve them?
Also move to approve the minutes with the change.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a second from Assemblymember Marzola. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion passes unanimously. We have accepted the minutes from the May 6th meeting. Before we move on to the next item on our agenda, I do want to mention a couple of things before I forget. Number one is that our invitation to submit recommendations and proposals is still available. It is an exhibit to our previous meeting. It is the fancy way of telling you all that if you have items that you'd like to be considered for a bill draft request, we have to get those as soon as possible. We will be reviewing all of our bill draft requests in August and voting formally to request certain bill drafts. And so please make sure that you follow the directions on that document to submit your proposals in, as complete a form as possible, but we understand that we're writing proposals, not bills here. So I wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. And then the one other thing that I wanted to mention to mostly to the committee, but also for those of you who are listening in, is that we may be receiving a study from the Legislative Commission who is meeting this afternoon after us. There was a bill during the last session that we all heard about designating an alternative number, right? Sorry, about crisis call centers, which is like a centralized way for us to, look at dispatching first responders to different kinds of emergencies, be they criminal in nature, mental health in nature, things like that. And so that study needs to be assigned to a committee. We're anticipating that will be assigned to us. That will give us just the July meeting to review that study. So I wanted to make you guys aware of that today so that you can be thinking about it, keep your eyes on the Legislative Commission, and expect to see that added to our agenda for the July meeting, which will be our last meeting with presentations and discussions. And then our August meeting, like I just said, will be the bill drafts, and then we are finished because then we get started on the 82nd session meetings. So I might have some more information on that at the end of this meeting if it comes back to my brain, but I just want to make everybody aware. And with that, So, sorry, and so just to clarify, with that study, assuming it does get referred to us, we'll be having the stakeholders come to the July meeting to discuss crisis call centers. So you can expect to see those on the agenda. And if you are somebody who is a first responder, law enforcement, or an interested legislator, please reach out to us, let us know, and we'll be sure to include you in that conversation. And with that, I think we are ready to move on to agenda item number 4, which is a presentation from the Post Academy. And I think they're online, if I recall correctly. Or maybe they're in Carson City?
I am.
Great. Then we will, sorry, we can't see the Carson City meeting down here in Las Vegas right now. It's not on our screen. BPS, if we could.
We are
Change up
working on it,
our.
Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we can see somebody at the table in Carson City. I'm going to hand the mic over to you. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Is it just you? I'm guessing you're Sheriff Allen?
No, I am Mike Sherlock, the director of Post.
Oh. Oh, sorry. I was looking at the wrong list. Perfect. Thank you, Director Sherlock. Glad that one of us knows who you are. And please go ahead whenever you're ready.
And no problem. Good morning. Sheriff Allen's much better looking than I am anyway, but so I appreciate that. Good morning, Chair and committee members. Thank you for having me today. Again, for the record, I'm Mike Sherlock, the Executive Director of the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training. I know many of you know who we are, but I really can't pass up the opportunity to remind everyone what we do, what our mission is, and just try to help those who are somewhat confused and sometimes think Post is a magazine or a mailroom or something along those lines. So the Post Commission is comprised of, as of this last legislative session, 11 members. 9 are very specific peace officer representatives. They represent the different disciplines under Post jurisdiction in Nevada. So each category of peace officers is represented on the commission. In addition, both large metropolitan police agencies must be represented on the commission, as well as our rural law enforcement agencies. During the last legislative session, 2 community members were added to the commission, and those members have very specific requirements. Our mission and statutory mandates are to develop the minimum standards for appointment, certification, training, and continuing education requirements for peace officers in Nevada. We strive to increase the professionalism in policing in Nevada to ensure the public safety and security of all Nevada citizens. The very purpose of the experts on the commission is to develop regulations to accomplish those specific goals. I would encourage you, the members of this committee, as you look at BDRs or they are developed, to please utilize our expertise in policing and our regulatory purpose expertise when you're looking at these BDRs. We are here for you. I will say I worked on many bills with Speaker Frierson, now Assistant Attorney General Frierson, with this last session, actually over the last 2 sessions, really. I believe that process was extremely productive, obviously more on some issues than other issues, but productive just the same. With all that said, these last 2 sessions have seen many, many changes and mandates related to policing. At the start of this session, we were still working on changes from the prior session. You have to understand that for every change in a criminal statute definition, the severity of a crime, the punishment of that crime has a domino effect on our operation. Our statewide basic training curriculum must be updated and changed. Advanced training curriculum must be updated. performance objectives are changed. So if you think of, for instance, the crime bill from the previous section, AB 236, this bill reduced the penalty or severity of nearly every crime. It made changes to long-standing definitions of crime. It changed certain aspects of the laws of arrest, on and on. From that same session, AB 478 specifically mandated specific training topics for annual maintenance training for peace officers. This completely changed how agencies and individuals complied with post requirements. This session, more changes were made to that specific area. What seems to be the trend right now is the legislature is making changes and mandates posts to conform regulations to those statutory changes. So we do see some confusion or lack of understanding of the process. Once the legislature passes a bill and the governor signs that bill into law, our work begins. Where we are mandated to update our regulations, we begin the rulemaking process and look at everything from the legal aspect of that change to where it would fit in our chapter of the regulations of the NAC. Rulemaking then requires a workshop to develop language, even though the legislature may have already mandated the language, and we have no discretion. We still are required, of course, to have a workshop. Once that is done and the commission then votes to continue the rulemaking, and again, even though they may not have discretion on that, we still have to go through the process. Once that is done, the language is sent over to LCB to ensure that the language is consistent and is properly placed in the regulation. We're then at the mercy of LCB, and they're making their recommendations and getting that language back to the commission. Once that is done, we are then required to have a public hearing and public comment hearing. For us commoners, that means we have to give a 30-day notice for public comment hearings. Once that is done, the commission, again, for the purpose of these bills, votes to adopt the regulation. Again, even though the legislation may have taken away any discretion, we still have to go through the process. Once it is adopted, the language goes back to LCB for publication. From our perspective, and really just from a reality base, our job is done at that point. The regulation is adopted and it is enforced by post. Where we see confusion or even take complaints or are blamed for inaction is due to the fact that you can't pull up our new regulations in the NAC, and it's assumed that somehow the commission didn't move forward with the legislative mandate, even though we had. Understand we have no control over what's going on with LCB. The COVID issues and workload has been excessive for LCB, and our language getting back to us is often delayed. We have seen our regulations not getting back to us for up to a year before we can get the final public comment hearing done. But understand that once the commission has adopted those regulations, they are on our website, and for all intents and purposes, we enforce those regulations, whether they're published or not. So let's talk a little bit about this session. The legislature passed some 250 bills that touched on policing in some way. We continue to review bills in the language and intent to ensure our operations complies with the legislative intent. Quickly, I want to talk about the bills I was asked about in my invite today, and then I'll do a quick overview of some of the other issues. First, AB 304. 304 mandated that the annual training requirement for peace officers include crisis intervention. As what often happens to us is, the belief that we do or don't do certain things don't often match up with reality. The previous session's AB 478 required training in dealing with those with behavioral health issues. That is essentially in training in crisis intervention, so we were already doing that. I did work with Speaker Frierson on this bill, and He felt that it should be clear that this training includes crisis intervention, and so the bill was passed with that language. This requirement went into effect January 1 of this year. We actually completed the workshop and continued the rulemaking back in November of last year, I believe. We have now have recently received the language back from LCB, and we've scheduled the final public comment hearing in a couple of weeks. And at that time, our regulation will actually reflect what the statute already requires. And on that subject, I will add that Post is rolling out some training we will deliver across the state with our newest grant acquisition. We have purchased a state-of-the-art virtual reality system, and we are currently finishing up on curriculum to include decision-making, communication, de-escalation, and crisis intervention. We will be delivering that training throughout the state and permanently at our campus here in Carson City. Again, this was made possible thanks to a federal grant and supports both AB 478 from the previous session and many of the bills passed this session. The next bill I was asked about is AB 409. This bill mandates that background investigations of prospective police officers include an inquiry into implicit bias. So a couple of things from the perspective of discriminatory acts based on bias. This obviously was already part of the pre-employment investigation and truth verification process required by Post today in the hiring and recruitment activity of peace officers. That said, this bill requires that be explicitly stated, and of course it is now in the statute. Again, this is something that was already being done, but we have added that language to the regulation, or I should say are going through that now with a workshop and commission meeting last summer on that issue. And LCB again has gotten the language back to us now, and we will do the final comment hearing again in a couple weeks. The next bill, and frankly our biggest challenge, was AB 336. This is due to go into effect January 1 of 2023. This bill requires an annual behavior wellness visit for every peace officer in the state, but also includes an inquiry into their ability to carry out their duties as a part of this visit. It does mandate Post to create a standard. I would submit that the mention of visit along with the ability to complete their duties is a bit of a challenge for us. The courts are pretty clear that an employer cannot arbitrarily mandate every officer under their employ to visit a mental health professional to determine their ability to perform. This would be construed as a fitness for duty issue, and from a court standpoint, from our research, that requires a specific trigger or event to mandate that. So that said, we're all on the same page when it comes to our concern for individual officers' well-being. I just returned from a conference of police regulatory leaders across the country. I found that no state has that specific language, mostly due to the reasons I just mentioned. A couple of states do have behavioral wellness statutes and regulations, but it appears they get around the court issues and the fitness for duty issues by some language changes. Specifically, the statute state in those two states that an annual officer wellness check-in has to occur. They do not mention fitness for duty, minimum standards of fitness, or specifically a visit, but it's simply a check-in. So our goal at Post, of course, is to carry out the intent of AB 336 while not embroiling the state or Post specifically in litigation. We also know that many agencies across the state have already implemented plans and programs and policies that truly carry out what we believe the intent of this legislation is. And we want to make sure that our regulations are or requirements are broad enough to ensure agencies have the flexibility to continue the programs they're already using, and the flexibility to determine what works best for them. In terms of other issues with that bill, we've determined that the wording of us establishing a standard is simply a directive to create a requirement of an officer wellness program, clearly not a standard as to what wellness means for an individual. Obviously, that would be subjective and truly impossible for us to do, or for anyone for that matter, in our area. So I won't get into further on that, but can answer questions if needed at the end of my presentation. We do expect the workshop to be completed and the rulemaking will be continued and go to LCB for final language sometime by next month. I will say another bill, AB 315, requires agencies to make mental health resources available. This coincides to some extent with AB 336. And although POST is not mentioned in AB 315, we are looking at compiling resources for agencies in this area. In regard to other bills, we believe that we're up to speed on those changes and have made conforming changes to our curriculum, to our performance objectives, and to our operations. This includes everything from changes in the definition of the use of deadly force to juvenile rights issues. So I'd like to, I know this is not a fiscal committee, but let me just briefly talk about how we are affected by the bills that become law. POST, and I know I harp on this a lot, but POST is nearly 100% funded by court assessment fees. Frankly, when I look at how other state policing, regulatory, and training entities are funded, Nevada is way behind, both in what we receive and how we're funded. You have to understand that things like Megan Law, intent is great, but hurts our budget. We're very concerned about AB 116 that makes traffic violations civil in nature. It removes any sort of incentive to pay or a deterrent for not paying fines for traffic violations. In specific instances, we understand that, but understand a vast majority of our funding is traffic violation related. We believe this will have a direct impact on that funding source. Again, we get no tax dollars, so we are concerned. We have been in trouble for some time, but over the COVID shutdown, we lost a considerable amount of funding, and that has not yet recovered, not even close in terms of our fiscal budget. We have no access to general fund. Yet we have a duty and a mandate to ensure Nevada policing is the best, that we carry out the mandates that you, the legislature, pass, and that agencies have the regulatory backing to recruit, hire, train, and certify the best officers. That requires funding. Our state deserves this, and frankly, we need to address our funding. So I'll leave that there. So with that, I will yield back and can answer any questions the committee may have.
All right. Normally, I save my comments and questions for the end, and I probably will have a few at the end, but I just want to cover a couple of quick things before I turn it over to the members of the committee. And first, I just want to ask whether POST was included or invited to participate in the conversations about this legislation as it was being discussed during the most recent legislative session.
Yes, thank you for the question, Mike Sherlock, for the record. We are, generally we are. We attempt to track those bills that we know will have an impact on policing in Nevada. We're not always successful with that. I would say that each of these bills, as I mentioned earlier, I did work with Speaker Frierson on some of these, really all of them. We did make fiscal notes on those where it was appropriate, and spoke to sponsors quite often on the bills.
Okay. And it sounds like you still were not pleased with the outcome of pretty much any of these bills.
Mike, thank you for the question. Mike Sherlock, for the record. I don't know if that's a proper characterization. Some of them were redundant, and so as you can imagine, we're a small agency. We get a lot done with few people, and redundancy is sometimes unnecessary work. But that being said, I understand it, working with Speaker Frierson on, for instance, with crisis intervention. We, as a profession, understand that responding to behavioral health issue calls for service is crisis intervention, but we also understand the legislation's intent to make that clear in the bill, in the statutes. And so we understand that, but so no, I don't know that that's a fair representation. Nobody wants extra work, and maybe that's what I'm putting across. In terms of 336, we had a lot of back and forth. I made suggestions on what we believed could help with that language. I think there were some attempts to fix that language, but I'm not sure that we got where we need to be, and we worry about litigation.
Okay, so were there other policy considerations or proposals that Post wanted to see implemented in the last session that did not make it through or that were not adequately vetted?
Again, Mike Sherlock, for the record. I don't think so. I think that, outside of fiscal issues, when we're talking about operational issues, as you know, it was a very busy session for policing bills. So we were spending more time dealing with the BDRs that were already proposed rather than, going the other way. Just the number of bills was overwhelming.
All right, and then the last thing I just wanted to address, this is just a comment, you don't have to respond. You mentioned the Legislative Counsel Bureau a couple of times and your experience in working with them, and we've all worked with the Legislative Counsel Bureau, and I think that I can speak for the whole committee in saying that we have the utmost respect for the members of LCB and all of the legislative staff who work tirelessly with us to help turn our ideas into good, workable pieces of legislation. And I have never been at their mercy, but I have always been at their, I've had the utmost gratefulness towards them and the utmost appreciation for them. And if you or anybody else ever feels like you're at the mercy of LCB or has any kind of problem, I would encourage you to come and talk to me personally. Let me know if there's something we can do to help, or if there's ever an issue. I've never seen one in my career at the legislature. They are the utmost professionals. They are the smartest and the brightest bunch that we have in the building, and that includes the legislators. And so if anybody does not have that experience, I want to hear about that immediately so that we can address it. And with that, I will ask our members if they have any questions. Senator Harris, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair Scheibel. I guess I have a clarifying question. I believe that I heard you say that assessing the mental fitness of officers is something that you all are simply unable to do. Is that a fair characterization of your statement?
Thank you, Senator. Mike Sherlock, for the record. I don't think that is. I mean, clearly, I'm not qualified to assess the mental health of an officer. But that's not what I'm getting at. It's more about a legal issue of what's called in our profession a fitness for duty exam. And there's very specific issues related to a fitness for duty visit. And that's the only thing I'm saying. And it may be running into when we talk about creating a standard for what is mentally competent, that is an issue that is unlikely that we could create, a checkbox system like we would with physical fitness from our research on this issue. And so it's not about whether or not we could determine if they're fit. It's the legal issue of forcing an employee to go to an exam, if that makes sense.
No, it does. I mean, I understand what you're getting at, and I guess it's not really you all who are forcing them. It's the legislature who's forcing them to get that check. And I'd like to think, and we can have plenty more conversations about this, but I'd like to think that there's some way to ensure that our officers who are dealing with, things that we as regular civilians can't think about on a regular basis, right? There's got to be some way to ensure that they are, regularly keeping up with their mental health, just like we would, in fact, want them to keep up with their physical health. So I'd love to have further discussions on maybe how we can get that done. I'm an attorney. I'm licensed by the bar. I'm sure if at some point my mental fitness was not equipped to then serve a client, the bar has some mechanism to determine that and probably suspend my practice. And so I would imagine there's got to be some way that post can put some mechanism in place to ensure that officers are mentally fit, and if they are not, that they're taken off the streets, given the gravity of the, situations that they deal with. So I hope we can continue to have discussions on that. And Chair, I just have one more question, if I could. One thing I think you touched on very lightly, but I wanted to see if you could give us a little bit more about, and that is officer training on use of force. One thing that concerns me is not only the level, right, the number of use of force incidents, but also the disparity in how use of force is employed amongst Nevadans. Can you tell us a little bit about what the training is on use of force, what post does regularly to ensure that that gap is being closed, that officers, as you train them, are not going to be more likely to use force on certain folks than others. I just want to hear a little bit about what you guys are doing in the proactive area, focusing on that in particular.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Again, Mike Sherlock for the record. So, obviously there's a lot of things we do. Just, from a specific standpoint, our goal is to find that area where the need for use of force is reduced, right? That officers are able to control a situation without the use of force. And so I speak about this quite often. I'm very passionate about it. But one of the most important tools and training mechanisms is to train officers in the ability to make decisions under stress. And so we strive hard in the basic training programs to create an environment where we are measuring their ability to make legal, ethical, and moral decisions under extreme stress. And as you can imagine, we get blowback on that we shouldn't be putting our trainees under stress. And the research is clear. Frankly, in my neighborhood, I want an officer that I know that can make good decisions despite the stress. And so we work hard at that. Specifically with use of force, it's interwoven throughout basic training. From communication techniques to scenario-based training for calls for service response, our community-based training programs. De-escalation is integrated in every training scenario or reality-based training program that we operate. Annual maintenance training requires yearly training in de-escalation and use of force. As I mentioned earlier, we're getting ready to go on the road with a very expensive but top-of-the-line virtual reality training system that we just purchased, where we are incorporating decision-making, communication, de-escalation, all into that program. We'll be taking that across the state. But frankly, it is interwoven in nearly every training program that we operate. Again, I think we would ask that, always take input from the experts. We know, for example, that the number one indicator or a deterrent to the need for use of force is command presence. If your community is confident in that officer and your police department and respects that police department, you have fewer uses of force, period. So we try to integrate all of these things into every training program, every training that we put on across the state. But I will caution you that Post is mandated with establishing the minimum standards. And we encourage agencies, of course, to go beyond the minimum. But we want a threshold that we cannot fall behind in terms of recruiting, hiring, certifying, and training our officers. So that's what Post is here for, if that helps.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think, I'm hoping I'm not alone here, but I think there might be some folks who think that some of the things I'm asking about should be the minimum of the officers that we're putting out on our streets. And if you could just speak to the second part of my question, what is it that Post is doing to ensure that officers are not more afraid of me than they are of, say, Senator Scheibel?
Again, Mike Sherlock for the record. I think, again, from Post standard in terms of, our efforts to weed out the bad apples, I think we do a pretty good job of that. We participate in the National Decertification Index.
Hold on. I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm not talking about bad apples. You don't need to be a bad apple to be more afraid of me inherently than of someone who doesn't look like me. It's not the question I'm asking. I'm not looking for you to answer about, getting rid of suspected members of white supremacist groups. I am talking about what is well documented to be an inherent thing in our society where, some folks are more afraid of people who don't look like them. And when that implicit kind of inherent bias manifests itself through policing, it leads to, more serious consequences than, let's say, my home not being appraised at the same price or me not being able to get a small business loan, right? So I think I've got the answer to my question, and it's probably that you're not doing as much as I would like. But I just want to encourage you at this moment to take that disparity very seriously. Because we have to do everything we can to get that out of officers during training. And it's about acknowledging that bias that we all have. Not good, not bad, it's just there, it is. And unless we are intentional about trying to address it, it is only going to continue on. So, I'm sure this is a much longer conversation than we can have here at the dais, and I really do appreciate everything that you're doing and you being here and speaking with the committee, but I'm going to implore you to make this a priority for the training of the officers we're putting out on the streets in the state of Nevada on behalf of all all Nevadans. Thank you.
All right. Other questions from members of the committee? I'm going to go to Assemblymember Wynn next.
Thank you. Director Sherlock, I just have a couple of questions. While I agree with you that we should do better, or we should adequately fund our government agencies and appropriately and not off the fees of traffic tickets, I noticed that you weren't at the table, any of those tables and those hundreds of meetings that we had, and probably over the last 10 years regarding Assembly Bill 116 that you had mentioned. I would encourage you to take a look at that, because it will show you that what the research and the evidence actually shows is that we will actually collect more money in fees in that. But I would welcome you to the table anytime we do talk about revenue to adequately fund our courts as well as post and other agencies in our state. So I would ask you to look at that. As a follow-up question, one of the things that I would ask you about is the implementation of the new members to post, and if you can give a more specific update on how that is coming along.
Thank you, Mike Sherlock, for the record. So again, this bill wasn't specifically mandating post staff to really do anything. So I'm trying to think specifically what the wording was. As I recall, the community members must be, one is appointed by the Speaker, one by the President of the Senate, and one is, well, I think one's from the North, one from the South, and with emphasis on a person of color, experienced and community-based organizations and that sort of thing. So we are not consulted on that in any way. I will say that we do have one's already been appointed, Miss Tiffany Young, a great addition to the commission. She is well known here in the North, and I think it's a very positive thing for our commission. But we have really no part in the legislative side, rather than the executive branch, the legislative side, where these two positions are derived. So I can't really speak to that, where we're at, but we do have Tiffany Young currently, and we believe it's a great addition.
So have all of those new members been added to the commission?
Mike Shirley, for the record. To our knowledge, no. There's only two, and one has, and we have not heard on the second member.
And then I have a question. You had talked about the mental health evaluation and, or the mental health, I guess, check-in, and you had indicated. Can you tell me where you had indicated just references to your legal research? Like who's doing that legal research for you? That's telling you that implementing this legislative mandate that's in statute is not lawful.
Thank you, Mike Sherlock, for the record. So let me be clear. The concern is with the language, and so a whole variety of. We have not sought a official AG opinion on this. At this point, we're only looking at the regulation. And by the way, we believe that we will be able to craft a regulation that meets the intent of the legislation. I just want to be clear that we have to be careful in our opinion that when you get into things like fitness for duty, that's a very specific area, and we want to be careful. So some of it is what we've done our own research. Some of it is from just informal conversations with our legal counsel, but also my meetings with on the national scene at what other states are doing and what they've done. And as I said, that these states have crafted it as a annual check-in rather than a visit, and have not created some baseline standard for what passes and what doesn't. And so that's all I'm saying. In terms of the bill, we believe we will craft a regulation that will comply and meet the intent. And frankly, we want to. We have looked at some very promising programs that are out there that are extremely effective and extremely inexpensive that would meet some of the language that we've come up for this regulation. So please don't misunderstand. We are just wanting to make sure that we don't overstep or cause issues in the employee-employer relationship or get into any areas that deal with employment law.
Thank you. I'll pass it back to you, Chair.
All right. I believe that Assemblymember Summers Armstrong also has a question, or maybe more than one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson Scheibel, and thank you, Mr. Sherlock, for being here. And my question, I think, is kind of a follow-up to what Assemblywoman Wynn was asking earlier. So in your discussion, you said that you all have yearly training in de-escalation. And I'm curious, and you said that someone was concerned about the amount of stress that you put your folks under when they are in the academy. And I think that you are implying that you use that to determine whether or not someone has the emotional and mental capability to work under duress to do the job. So conversely, wouldn't that be part of a yearly examination to determine whether or not your current officers are able to function yearly under the same type of duress? And why wouldn't that be part of your yearly evaluation? Because that could also show you whether or not someone was of a mental state to be able to continue in this stressful work. Can you speak to that?
Sure. Thank you, Mike Sherlock, for the record. Yeah, and I would agree 100%. And by the way, I appreciate your characterization of the training, because I think you're correct. But yes, it is. So if you look at AB 478 from the prior session, and frankly, our mandated training even before that, requires certain things. One of those is, for instance, firearms training, use of force training, those kind of things. So when we talk about the mandate that officers be updated annually on de-escalation, that often includes or is a reality-based training session that includes de-escalation. In fact, that is what we're doing with the some of our newest virtual reality training equipment. Naturally puts them under stress in a whole variety of issues and forces them to make a decision under that stress. So the short answer is that is occurring. That is part of the mandate, just simply in the topics that are required. By the way, includes training in implicit bias, as I know Senator Harris mentioned a moment ago. And again, those things look at decision-making, and for us in particular is our policing decisions often are made under extreme stress, and that's what this training is designed to measure.
Okay, so just to follow up, Madam Chair. So part of what I'm trying to get at and trying to clarify for myself is, why can't part of this be part of your mental evaluation? If you have an officer who is not functioning well in de-escalation and not functioning well in implicit bias, therein lies a mental situation. And whether you have a basic standard checkbox or not delineated in your rules, I think that it implies to those who are being tested that there's an issue that exists that may mean they are not properly equipped to be law enforcement. And I think for those of us who are part of the Black and brown community, I'm not going to be as so nice as Senator Harris is. I'm just going to tell you straight out. For those of us who are in the Black and brown community, in the homeless community, for those of us who are part of the LGBTQ communities that don't look like others and may present in ways that are not standard, these things really matter to how we interact with the police and how our outcomes, which often mean physical harm or death. And we want to ensure that people are ready. I was a military wife for many years. I have friends who are military people, and I worked for the Army for a significant amount of time. And I know that those folks were tested yearly on their fitness, both physically, arms, and mental. And I think that there's got to be some type of system available for you to look at, to put these things in place that don't impinge upon people's right to work, because I am a union person, so I believe in that. But even as a administrative person, my job had particular requirements for me. I had to be able to lift certain things. I had to be able to show up at work. I had to be able to decision make. I had to be able to perform my duties in order to keep that job. And I think that what we're asking is that you all find a way to put this law into effect that ensures that the folks who are supposed to be doing these jobs are able to do it in a way that keeps our community safe. And I'm just kind of a little bit surprised. I don't think I've met you before, but a little bit surprised that we're having this conversation. And I wish that we were just a little bit further along here. But, you know, we want to support you all, and you need to tell us what it is that you need. And then you come back to us with information that's based in fact and legal research, and not necessarily some casual conversations. Because if there's some law out there that is prohibiting you, if you tell us, we've got plenty of lawyers around here, and we've got LCB, we could do what needs to be done. But to stall on implementation on casual combos is just it's kind of sad and disappointing. So thank you.
Mike Sherlock, for the record, if I may. A couple things. Please don't misunderstand. This bill is effective January of 2023. We are simply stating that we are being careful with the language. It will be implemented. There's no issue there at all. In terms of the implementation, it's more about the language that will be used to do that. Let me also mention that, for instance, in our basic academy, we lose more or have more failures in the reality-based, performance-based areas of the academy than we do, say, for academic reasons. Now, as I hope you understand, I can't say that these people are removed due to mental health issues, but they're removed because they failed the decision-making required under a stress program, and that's the reason that they're removed. So, again, if I gave the wrong impression, we're not dragging our feet on 336. It doesn't go into effect till next year. We just want to be transparent that we are looking at the best language that fits the needs of the entire state, and we will get it done. We are looking at some very good programs that, again, deal with behavioral health, and we want to get those available to the agencies as well. So I'm sorry if it came across that way, but there's no dragging the feet. We're well within the requirements now.
All right. I think we still might have some questions from, let's go to Carson City first. Is there anybody in Carson City with any questions? All right. I'm not seeing any questions from Carson City. Oh, I am seeing a question
Chair.
from Carson City. Go ahead, Assemblymember O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. There's only one of us up here, so that's me. I have a couple questions for you, Director Sherlock. And the first one is, and you may not be able to answer it, don't most agencies now have peer-to-peer within their groups, peer-to-peer counseling and recognition to deal with officers or even civilian staff that may be suffering through trauma that has affected their job performance, not just mentally, but overall?
Thank you, Assemblyman Mike Sherlock, for the record. Again, we haven't done a formal survey but my sense is that a vast majority of the agencies do either have peer support programs. I know Washoe County has a very prolific program dealing with behavioral health. So they're definitely out there, and I would say a majority. And our concern, though, is to make sure that everybody has that opportunity.
And as I recall, supervisors in their annual evaluations of their subordinates look at some of the performance measurements. And one of those is how they are dealing with stressful situations, how they are dealing interactions with any person, whether they're black, brown, red, green, yellow, I don't care. But it's all taken into consideration in the supervisions, and they're trained as supervisors to look at that for their personnel. Would that be a reasonable statement?
Yes, thank you. So Mike Sherlock, for the record. I would agree with that. Again, looking at it from a decision-making standpoint, but yes, certainly that is part of the annual evaluation, to my knowledge.
And then when a critical incident does occur, specifically shooting, very often a time with a mental health expert is offered to ensure that the person is still fit for duty.
Again, Mike Sherlock, for the record. To my knowledge, most, if not all, agencies have policy. And again, this goes back to some of the labor relation laws and rules where there is a trigger event. The employer then can mandate these things. So that's true where there is a triggering event. You can certainly mandate that they see a behavioral health specialist to assess the effect of that event on their mental well-being.
So some of this is, to me, would be unnecessary without a regular triggering event, as you would say, to mandate every officer to come in to do this. But let me ask you, so if you do go to mental health in your annual evaluation and you're taken off the street, where do you end up going to? What is, besides for law enforcement, what is off the street?
Mike Sherlock, for the record, I'm not sure your
Well,
question.
let me put it to you this way. If I take an officer off the street, what am I doing with them? Am I going to put them in to be the janitorial service as a police officer and pay him those wages? Isn't it basically saying you're dismissed? There is no off-the-street job.
Mike Sherlock, for the record, there's some very specific rules on that, and I'm also an attorney, just out of full disclosure, but I'm not here to give legal advice, and I'm not a very good attorney. But I wouldn't get into that. But typically, my experience working in policing is where you have someone that lacks the skills that are necessary at the moment. we would put them in non-citizen contact positions working in the communication center or records. There are very specific, though, labor rules with that we can't have them there. One, making officer wages, while they're doing a records clerk job. And so there's ethical issues. There's a lot of issues with that. But
I appreciate that. Also, when you talk de-escalation, isn't it really use of force is based upon compliance? You use such force as necessary to gain compliance from the individual. If they don't comply, you have to go to the next level. So it's really driven by the individual, not by the officer. Would that be a fair statement?
Mike Sherlock, for the record, I would say in many cases that's an accurate statement.
Did you say inaccurate?
No, I said accurate.
Okay, thank you. Also, Chair, I appreciate the time, but just to sort of conclude, if I wanted to come over and visit and see some of this, what did you call it, training that you're given, I'm invited at any time. Matter of fact, I remember once, I don't know if you're still using the FAT system. It was mobile enough that it was brought here to the legislature, as I recall, and several of the legislators were invited, all of them actually were invited to come and participate in that simulation training to understand some of the training, but also the stress that officers face during various situations.
Yeah, thank you, Solomon, for that question. Mike Sherlock, for the record, we encourage you, please. We have what's called Milo. It's similar to FATS that you're talking about, next generation. We have 2 of those permanently set up at our campus in Carson. I would encourage you to get a hold of me anytime, come over and let us run you through use of force scenarios. A lot of these scenarios are designed to they're not designed for force. They're designed not to use force, and also, as you said, put some stress decision-making measurements in it, in addition to the virtual reality system that we have. So we would welcome anyone that from the legislative body that would like to come do that, and we find it very eye-opening for those that have not worked in policing. When they do that, so we encourage it.
Thank you. And last, I was talking with a couple members of the commission. They indicated to me that you were suffering a budget shortfall of close to $1 million due to various, the COVID, when people weren't traveling, et cetera, citations were down. And you were promised or indicated $800,000 coming in the American Recovery Program and haven't received that. $1 million shortfall, I don't know what your overall budget is, but $1 million, no matter what it is, to me would be some significant impact to your delivery of training. How's that being addressed?
Mike Sherlock, for the record. So, yeah, that is correct. Post operates much like your checkbook. So we go through the normal budgetary process. And we are authorized a specific amount, 2.7 million, something like that, give or take. But we run our budget as, unlike a general fund agency, that money comes in July 1, right? Whatever the budget approved is. With us, the authorization is approved July 1. But we depend on the court assessments as they come in and what we call cash on hand. And so we have seen a significant reduction in the amount of cash coming in to the point that we've run out of money a couple of times this fiscal year. We projected that our court assessments were down about, I believe it was 890,000, something like that. We originally applied for ARPA money for that amount. For various reasons, that was not approved, but I think we ended up with 240,000, 290,000, something like that. And with our incoming court assessments and that infusion, we should make it to the end of the fiscal year, but it looks like we're not going to make authorization, but we'll be able to make it till July 1.
Thank you. And last but not least, you only, as you said, you provide minimum standards. You don't do the training for all agencies. Las Vegas Metro, Highway Patrol, Department of Public Safety have their own academies in training, correct?
Mike Sherlock, for the record. That is correct, yeah.
I just wanted to clarify. Thank you for the time,
Sure.
Director, and thank you for allowing me the questions, Chair.
Absolutely. And it is Assemblymember Marzola's turn, but first, I just want to ask a couple follow-up questions about the training facility in Carson City. And I think that you suggested that it's a simulation or a virtual reality type training. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that program is and how it works?
Sure, Mike Sherlock for the record. So we have a couple systems. We have what's called Milo. It's basically an interactive system that projects scenarios on a large screen, and it allows the training officer to manipulate what the officer is seeing on the screen based on the officer's reaction. We think it's a good tool. We have 2 rooms set up at our Carson City campus where we use that system for communication scenarios, use of force scenarios, community relations, all kinds of scenarios. We've just purchased a.
So I want to ask you about the Milo system. So
Sure.
There are multiple scenarios that you can run somebody through. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Mike Sherlock for the record.
Okay. And you invite us to come up and go through one of those scenarios, which I think some of us will take you up on.
Please
So
do.
can you just give us an example on, a use of force scenario that you would run a new officer through?
Mike Sherlock for the record. Well, I'd have to think, we have literally hundreds. So it may be particular training issues that occur. It may be, we do things like.
Can you think of, can you just think of an example of one of the scenarios that you utilize?
Sure, Mike Sherlock for the record. So one of the issues is mistake of fact shootings, right? Where the officer perceives an object in a suspect's hand and perceives it to be a firearm when in fact it's not. Based on that officer's reaction, we can run a scenario where it is a firearm or it isn't a firearm, and try to work on those mistake of fact type use of force incidents when they're contacting that person in the field.
That is a great example. So do you run officers through those scenarios where the person with the object in their hand is sometimes black, sometimes white, sometimes Hispanic, sometimes Asian?
Mike Sherlock for the record, absolutely. We have.
And do you keep records of what the officer's reaction is?
Mike Sherlock for the record, I want to be careful about that. For training purposes, we do, yes.
And so are you looking for some kind of bias in an officer as they go through these scenarios?
Mike Sherlock for the record, let me be clear. In a basic training environment, if they are unable to successfully make proper decisions, they will be removed from the academy. So from that standpoint, absolutely do we keep record, and they must successfully.
Are you saying that that if an officer ever in the simulation takes the shot when somebody is holding something that's not a gun, they're immediately dismissed from the academy? No training, they're done.
No, Mike Sherlock for the record. So it depends on what point we are in the academy, whether or not they should have. And look, from a constitutional standpoint, we have to be clear,
Okay. I think that we're sufficiently
if it's
versed on the
reasonable.
Constitution. You're talking to a panel of lawyers,
Right.
Who I think are all good lawyers, actually. And what what I'm asking you is, in that scenario where you're training people for use of force or mistaken fact shootings, are you accounting for the implicit racial bias of the trainee officer?
Mike Sherlock, for the
Citation
record.
tells me that, that you
No,
haven't even thought about it.
Let me put it this way. We are not recording the race of the officer or the perpetrator in evaluating their decision making. I mean, they either made the right decision or they didn't, regardless of the race.
So they could go through the simulation 10 times, take the shot 5 times, not take the shot the other 5 times, and that would be a 50% accuracy rate. And you're telling me that whether the 5 times they took the shot and the 5 times they didn't were random, or whether the 5 times they took the shot it was a person of color and the 5 times they didn't the person was white, you wouldn't have any idea which of the two scenarios happened.
Mike Sherlock.
Was that too
Mike Sherlock, for the record, I wouldn't characterize it that way. I mean, we have a training officer in the room. Those are things that the training officer is trained in recognizing. So if that was occurring, yes, we would record that and we would know that. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. I do, but it still sounds like you're saying that it's not mathematical. It's based on the training officer standing there and watching me and saying, ooh, I think you tend to take the shot when you're looking at somebody who's a person of color. Not, I tallied it up and you took the shot 3 out of 5 times when the person was a person of color and 0 out of 5 times when the person was white.
Mike Sherlock, for the record, I'm not sure of the capabilities of Milo specifically, whether or not it might be able to do that. I haven't been involved in that technical aspect of that particular use of force system.
Understood. All right. Thank you for your clarifications and for your follow-up. And I will now turn it over to Assemblymember Marzola.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I do have a couple questions, more from my understanding because I'm not really familiar with this space. We talked about the fitness for duty exam. Can you tell me how often that happens?
Mike Sherlock, for the record, that's not something we track. That's not what, and I'm assuming you mean where someone's mandated to attend a fitness for duty exam?
No, they don't have to be mandated. Do you have something on a regular basis that the exam happens?
Mike Sherlock, for the record.
Is it once a year?
Mike Sherlock, for the record. In terms of behavioral health, AB 336 it requires an annual assessment, but currently there's no behavioral health annual requirement from post.
Okay, so earlier you talked about a fitness for duty exam, correct? Or did I misunderstand you? Is that what you called it?
Yes, Mike Sherlock, for the record. What I'm getting at is we are attempting not to make our concern was that the regulation that we put forward could be construed as a mandated fitness for duty exam. And so I'm simply saying that we are working on language to ensure that it's not construed that way, but rather a behavioral health check-in for the officer.
So right now, is there a physical fitness duty exam?
Mike Sherlock, for the record. So to be certified in Nevada, you must pass a physical readiness test, yes.
Okay. And does that exam ever happen again besides the initial certification? Like, does it occur once a year to make sure the officer is still physically fit?
No, Mike Sherlock, for the record, thanks for the question, because this comes up quite often, and we are hoping to kind of clarify that area of our regulations. But currently, Nevada Post is certifying at the moment you receive your basic certificate, You have the physical ability to complete those critical tasks that may occur based on a job task analysis that we had a few years ago. So at this point, it's at the point of certification and not annually.
Okay. Do you have any annual tests for the officers?
So thank you, Mike Sherlock, for the record. So we have annual certificate maintenance training requirements and perishable skills proficiency requirements that must occur every year. These are things like training in implicit bias, de-escalation, and then again, and all the perishable skills, less lethal weapons, firearms, arrest control techniques must be demonstrated annually.
So that's an annual exam or testing or requirement. So can you tell me if you have a annual mental health fitness exam?
Mike Sherlock, for the record, no. AB 336 requires an annual behavioral wellness visit, and that goes into effect January of 2023.
But prior, you guys didn't have anything.
That's correct.
So do you know how you, and I'm sorry, again, I'm not familiar with this space, so this is where the questions are coming from. And so how did you guys keep track of the officers' mental health? If anything was happening, was not happening, I don't think there needs to be a triggering event for there to be a mental health issue, right? These officers go and they're working on the streets on a daily basis. Am I making sense?
Yeah, Mike Sherlock, for the record. No, look, I would agree with you. I'm specifically talking to the fitness for duty issue, but we would agree with you. We think that's a good thing. You get into a different area when you talk about establishing a standard for what means, what the standard is for acceptable behavior health limits. That's a different issue, and obviously something that we haven't got into. That's a different issue than when you're talking about a job task analysis for physical requirements, right? We did a full study on what those physical requirements are, and that's a different issue.
The physical requirements a different issue than the mental requirements?
Correct.
Did I understand? Okay, so you don't have one for the mental requirements, correct?
Mike Sherlock, for the record, a standard, no.
Okay, and for the initial certification that the officers have to go through, is mental health included in that initial?
So Mike Sherlock, for the record, NAC 289 110 requires very specific things in terms of a background of a prospective police officer or peace officer in the state of Nevada. One of those things include a psychological exam, but also includes truth verification and personal history statement, and a lot of those areas deal with what could be considered mental health issues. But they are mandated.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Thanks.
All right, go ahead, Vice Chair Nguyen.
I will be really quick. Just to make it clear, so you as post make a distinction between mental health and physical health. You don't just see that as health care.
Mike Sherlock, for the record. I don't know how to characterize that. I suppose so. Under the regulations and the statutes, it is a separate issue.
Okay. And then secondly, you had indicated that there is that initial through 289, I think you said 0.1 about the, I guess, a psychological like assessment. And that, is that done through the agencies or is that done through post?
Mike Sherlock for the record. So it is a requirement, 289-110 requires specific things. And it is a requirement. We are tasked with ensuring that those mandates are complied with law enforcement agencies across the state. So we don't actually do the test, but we audit agencies to ensure that they're doing things. And I will add that the psychological exam includes a requirement that they inquire into any implicit bias on the part of that prospective officer. It also includes a requirement that they do a truth verification exam, which polygraph or CVSA, and do a personal history investigation on that individual that's prospectively going to be hired.
So as it currently stands, you have that initial assessment and post verifies that that is done, I guess, through the corresponding agencies through audits. And come January 1st, 2023, now there will be just this minimal mental health check-in process. Is that correct?
Mike Sherlock for the record. Again, we look at what is currently happening across the state, and so I would not characterize it as a minimal, because I can tell you right now that, again, I used Washoe County before. They have a very extensive program dealing with behavioral health and behavioral health visits on the part of their officers. We're looking for that regulation that allows some flexibility, that agencies can continue using what works for them right now, but also sort of helps the other agencies that don't have a robust program to go out and get that. We, again, I've looked at some very good programs out there that at minimal costs that agencies will be able to utilize in terms of behavioral health and that sort of thing. So we're pretty excited about it. I think, again, I think it's much more than minimal because agencies are already doing it. And those that don't have a full system, and I think most do, but that don't have a full program in place, this will be the catalyst for them to move into that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you again for your presentation and to the members of our committee for engaging in such an important conversation. That concludes agenda item number 4 on our agenda for today, and we will now move to agenda item number 5, a presentation from the Sheriffs and Chiefs Association, who also appear to be in person in Carson City. I'll invite you to go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I think it's still morning. My name is Pam Del Porto, and I am the Executive Director for Nevada Sheriffs and Chiefs Association, and I've been in this position since January 1 of 2022. I want to describe the association a little bit. You probably are all very familiar with it, but the association has been in existence since 1953. It's only one of 3 combined sheriffs and chiefs associations in the United States, but it's different than the other 2 associations in that Nevada Sheriffs and Chiefs, we also include members of the sheriffs, the police departments, state and Nevada agencies, tribal police, school police, and that names a few, but not all of them. And so as such, when I was asked to provide an update on implementation of the 4 bills from the 81st session, when I reached out to the agencies, please keep in mind that these agencies run in size varying from Las Vegas Metro to Humboldt County, and I would like to introduce to my right Mike Allen, who is sheriff from Humboldt County Sheriff's Office in Winnemucca. So I can speak in generalities of the agencies that responded. And as such, most of the agencies that I spoke with had compliance with the passage of the bills prior to the passage so there's little or no impact, but I will go into each bill and describe them separately if you so choose. Senate Bill 50 from the 81st session generally talks about the no-knock arrests, and all of the agencies that I had discussions with had passed laws prior to the session, so there was no impact on the agencies, but they did, review the policies to make sure that they were in compliance. And in regards to AB 396 and deadly force and the verbiage of imminent, again, I did not receive any reports of an impact to the agencies that responded to my inquiry because they had policies and practice already in place. AB 186, as in the above three bills, it was two bills, I apologize. It was reported to me that agencies do not have policy requirements for certain number of traffic citations or certain number of arrests over any period, otherwise known as the quotas. This bill was reported to me as no impact from agencies that responded. However, I will say that Sheriff Allen does have some comments that he would like to put on the record. Senate Bill 212 is a very lengthy bill, and it consists of many facets. A majority of the agencies indicated that there was little to no impact from this bill, with most of the compliance being attained through implementation of policy and practice revision. In regards to the section on agency reporting data on the number of uses of force, responding agencies currently report to or through the National Use of Force Data Collection of the FBI. However, in regards to agencies reporting to the Central Repository, which is Section 3.3, subsection 1, in speaking with Erica Souza, she's the Division Manager for DPS, Records, Communication, and Compliance. Her office has not obtained the funding necessary in order for them to implement the use of force data collection as required under this section. They are planning to go to the August IFC for funding so that they can begin work on this project. Erica is present today via the phone system if you have any questions for her. That's what she indicated to me. And if there's any questions on that, I'll be happy to take them before I go into any legislative priorities that I was asked about. And thank you.
Why don't you go ahead with the priorities, and then we'll do all of the questions at the end.
Okay, thank you. For the record, Pamela Del Porto, Executive Director for Nevada Sheriffs and Chiefs. One of the first priorities that came to my attention from a discussion with Senator Harris and Assemblyman O'Neill is the long-term care and treatment for continuity to stabilize the mentally ill, to reduce the number of mentally ill incarcerated within detention and corrections statewide. A second priority is effective legislative action to assist in the reduction of the number of catalytic converter thefts that is occurring statewide. I've done some research. I am not an expert at all on catalytic theft, but in my research, recent research, there's a number of states that have implemented laws that would limit who can legally buy or sell catalytic converters, and how, and the processes and how they do that and what documentation is necessary. The other area that came to me was that to increase the penalties for persons that are in possession of these catalytic converters in multiple, more than 3 or 4 without a license to buy or sell. And the third priority would be to work with legislators to lower the threshold for trafficking and sales amounts of fentanyl and include higher penalties due to the increased number of overdoses and or deaths in Nevada communities. DEA, the Department of Drug Enforcement currently identifies that 2 milligrams of fentanyl can be a lethal dose. And obviously that depends upon the person's size, weight, and their use history. There are 1,000 milligrams in 1 gram. So for me, I'm a baker. I'm like, well, what is a gram of fentanyl? And a gram is about the equal of a 1/4 teaspoon of sugar. And so you divide that into 1,000 milligrams, and it's like an incredible amount of possible overdoses or deaths. So that's the 3 priorities for law enforcement that have been reported to me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Sheriff Allen, did you also want to weigh in on the sheriffs and chiefs implementation of last session's bills?
Yes, I would. And thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I do appreciate this opportunity to speak in front of you. Sometimes us out in rural Nevada feel that there's only one county, that you guys only see one county in this state, and sometimes 2. There's actually 17. And so with that, I'd like to share a little bit about Humboldt County. We're located in northern Nevada. Winnemucca is our county seat. We're encompassed by 10,000 square miles with a population of about 17,000. My agency, the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office, is about 65 total staff with about 35 sworn. So I want to be able to put that in perspective. But my law enforcement career ranges 40 years. Matter of fact, Director Sherlock, who just spoke, he and I went to the same academy back in 1984. So I've seen a lot of changes throughout my career. I've worked throughout northern Nevada throughout my career because I used to work for the state of Nevada Department of Investigations or DPS Investigation Division. So with that is what they did. I do want to address some other earlier comments that I did hear the Director Sherlock speaking about. When we train on the threat, not on the individual. So if somebody has a gun, we're going to try to use the appropriate force to counter that threat. The threat itself, as Assemblyman O'Neill stated, it dictates on the individual who we're encountering, not on the color of them.
Can I stop you just for a second? I have to emphasize the importance of understanding that the perceived threat differs based upon the skin color of the individual. And so if an officer is more likely to be afraid or perceive someone as a threat, whether they are in fact actually more a threat or not, and the complete basis of the use of force is the officer's perceived level of threat, that puts certain citizens at a higher risk than others. And that is the problem that I really wish we would stop acting as if it doesn't exist and focus on fixing, because you all as officers are legally allowed to assault people. And if I told you that you were more likely to be assaulted by your government than someone else, I think you would want some action, some acknowledgments as well, right? And so these are just undisputable issues that I really don't want to argue in front of the committee. It is a fact. People perceive people who don't look like them as a threat more often than people who do look like them. And that will manifest itself in policing. So let's get away from this idea that every person who has a use of force against them from an officer deserves it. That just is not true. That's been demonstrated time and time again. And I just can't hear any longer that if people just comply, then use of force will go away. We know that's not true. We have seen folks of color who have died while calling the officer sir. I mean, that wasn't here in Nevada, but it's a real thing. So let's stop arguing, please, over the facts of the matter and figure out how we can all do better.
Thank you, Senator Harris. And with that, I did have an example that I did want to raise that I encountered through my career. One day traveling back on Interstate 80 outside of Lovelock, Nevada, probably about, I would guess it was about 7-8 miles, which is very desolate. There was an individual on the freeway and trying to stop traffic. You could tell that this individual was in a mental health crisis, or at least I did. I was going the opposite direction. Because I'm a law enforcement officer, I felt it was my duty to turn around to ensure the safety of that individual as well as the motorist passing by. I stopped my vehicle. I put on my bulletproof vest because I didn't wear one at the time. I'm in a plainclothes assignment. And I turn my vehicle around. I hide my vest, conceal my vest. By the time I got to the individual, Highway Patrol was there. And this is one thing that Director Sherlock stated about command presence. Sometimes command presence alone, that's enough to de-escalate. So you have one uniformed person there, and you have one person who's in plain clothes there. The individual on the freeway immediately took a dislike to the person in uniform. And we were both using what I would call de-escalation techniques. And he took immediate liking to me because I didn't have that command presence or the uniform to intimidate. But we come across all these type of situations, and no certain situation is the right choice all the time. So, but I think that sometimes the uniform alone is enough to set a person off. I do appreciate your comments, Senator Harris, and you have more experiences about this than what I've seen. And I do agree that training in that area, for example, us in Winnemucca, I would think would go a long way, or in Humboldt County. But I did want to touch on that. So we were asked to go over the certain bills that the executive director stated. And, Senate Bill 50, no-knock warrants, as she said, no impact. Through 40 years and being in law enforcement, I've only seen this used twice in my career. Other areas are different, but we use the guidelines set forth by what's in the law. So I do have some things on Senate Bill 212 impacting use of force, which is section 3.7. Number 1, in carrying out his or her duties, a peace officer shall not use deadly force against a person based on the danger that the person poses to himself or herself, if a reasonable peace officer would believe that the person does not pose an imminent threat of death or serious bodily harm to the peace officer or another person. I would like to ask you guys a question on clarifying the legislative intent of this. My question would be, and I'm familiar with case law that states law enforcement does not have duty to protect an individual against himself. So are peace officers to stand down if the threat is only against himself or herself? That would go to you, Madam Chair, or anybody on the committee who could ask, so I can clarify this.
It's a little unorthodox for the committee to take questions from the presenters during their presentations, but I am open to new ways of facilitating discussions, and we have a volunteer here to answer your questions, and so I will hand it over to Assemblymember Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there is a significant video record of the discussions on this bill that were before both the Assembly as well as before the Senate Judiciary committees. I spoke at both of those. I brought witnesses, and the imminent danger specifically relates to an incident that happened here in Nevada where someone was shot in the back running away from the police. And so the imminent danger had to do with whether or not that person posed a significant threat immediately at that moment to a police officer. And so if you really need more clarification, those were significantly long, detailed, and drawn out hearings. If you review them, I think you will get to the crux of the issue and you can get an answer to your question and the intent.
And we have a volunteer to supplement, Senator Harris.
Thank you, Chair Scheibel. And I'll just talk a little bit to the question about using deadly force on folks who only present a danger to themselves. I believe the intent there is not to necessarily completely stand down, but as we just mentioned, this is about the use of deadly force. And so an officer, I hope we all can agree, should not kill someone who only poses a threat to themselves as opposed to the officer or a third party. Anything short of deadly force is not prohibited by this law. And I'm sure you're aware there's a wide range of force between nothing and deadly force. All of that would be appropriate under the law. Just please don't kill anybody who only is a threat to themselves. Thanks.
Thank you. I do appreciate those clarifications, and I'll change up my information and not answer or ask any questions, but through here you'll see that there are some questions here. Can I have the floor still, Madam Chair?
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so furthermore, on Senate Bill 212, impacting use of forces, the peace officer, and so this is Section 4, number C. The peace officer informs a member of the medical staff that a restraint chair will be used. A member of the medical staff conducts a medical evaluation of the person immediately before and immediately after the person is placed in a restraint chair. This is one of my comments that I made earlier. So you have an agency like Humboldt County, and I know we're not the only ones, but we don't have 24/7 medical staff on hand. We were just fortunate enough through the COVID money, the CARES Act or the other one, to be able to hire a nurse that's in there 4 days a week at 10 hours a day per shift. So, so this really limits our ability to protect the individual. And I'm going to go back once again 40 years. On the first arrest that I was ever involved in, the arrestee becomes violent. And, at that time, the standard was a straitjacket. He was extremely violent. He had to be put in a straitjacket. And also we had to place a helmet on his head because he was banging his head against the cell door. We still see this type of behavior where people are banging their head against the cell door or the putting their fist through some glass on the cell doors. So is what we do, and we haven't used our restraint chair for some time. But the restraint chair is a good tool that we can use, But under this law, it's almost like we can't use it because we have to have a medical staff on hand. The other thing that came up is I'm confused on how the medical staff does conduct an evaluation if the person is combative like I just described. Because he is out of control, it's very difficult to conduct a medical evaluation on somebody who doesn't want to have that. But I want to further, the restraint chair is a good tool to assist jail staff in limiting injuries to both jail staff and the person being booked or detained in the jail. On the quotas and citations and or arrest, so we do not have a quota at our agency, but is what we are experiencing is pushback from our employees to go out and do their job. And I do feel that, you know, it comes down to the definition on quotas and citations, because that's how we, not just traffic stops or citations, their activity level, we evaluate people on. And that's how I just feel that this interferes with our ability to, our operations of the sheriff's office or my agency, I would imagine others, to properly evaluate people, that they're not just going out and driving around in circles throughout their shift. Like I say, we are getting pushback from employees. We're starting to see the tail wagging the dog type theory on that. AB 396, no problems, as Executive Director Del Porto said. Other laws that have an impact on law enforcement, I'm sure you guys are all aware that the overdose deaths are on the rise, and these have been on a steady increase and now a drastic increase since about 1999, according to the CDC. And you know, one thing, a few years ago under Governor Sandoval, he had a opioid summit down in Las Vegas. And during that summit, it was placing a lot of the onus on doctors overprescribing opioids and also the pharmaceutical companies. But now we're still not seeing a slowdown. And as I said, once again, I've been in this for about 40 years, and I personally believe a tough on crime approach, in my opinion, will help reduce the overdose rates, drug experimentation, drug sales, and drug trafficking. On another thing that came up is mentally ill in jail. We don't incarcerate due to someone being mentally ill. We incarcerate because someone has probable cause to believe that a certain person committed a certain crime. Turns out a lot of time, people who commit crimes suffer from some sort of mental illness. Rural Nevada does not have sufficient resources to sustain programs that can help the mentally ill. These programs, such as rural residency programs, we'll get rural residency programs for doctors or physicians to come into our community. But once they fulfill their requirements, they leave the area. So we have some unique challenges on our own out in the rural areas, but there are a couple of things that are taking place. One, we are moving to telehealth type services in our jail, and the state is now pushing, they received a grant for basically a telehealth type program for our patrol deputies who are out in the field. One program that comes up a lot is the Stepping Up program. A few years ago, probably been about 3 years ago, the National Sheriff's Association flew me back to Washington, D.C. to discuss this problem specifically. As a result, more grant funds were supposed to be released to help treat mentally ill in the jail or to help people stay out of jail. But one of the programs that came up is the Stepping Up program. However, if you look at this program, what it is the sheriffs are supposed to refuse to take anybody who's incarcerated or who's been placed under arrest into their jail, is the way I see it. But in Nevada, we have a law that sheriffs can't refuse a booking from anyone. So with that program doesn't fit for at least Humboldt County, and I can only speak on behalf of Humboldt County. And in there also, it wants some resources, and we don't have the clinicians in Humboldt County, the psychologists, the psychiatrists, stuff like that. So we are hoping that the program that the state health department is pushing out for rural areas might have an impact for us. So with that, once again, I appreciate your guys' time on there, and I'd open up to any questions that you guys would have.
All right, so at this point, we'll go ahead and open it up for questions for both of our speakers on this topic. Do we have questions up here in Las Vegas? Okay, go ahead, Vice Chair Nguyen.
I just had a comment. I know in the first presentation you had talked about catalytic converter theft, and I did file a BDR, a personal BDR around that, so I look forward to working with you all. So you can reach out if you would like to participate in that process.
For the record, Pam Del Porto, thank you very much. We certainly will do so.
All right, other questions from Las Vegas? I am not seeing anybody in Las Vegas with questions, so we will go to Carson City. Are there any questions from members in Carson City? I think I see Assemblymember O'Neill. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. It's a comment for the sheriffs and chiefs. I just learned, I think it was yesterday or within the last few days, Washoe County's taken a very aggressive position on that catalytic converter, offering to the public serializing catalytic converters just as a recommendation. It looked like a fairly inexpensive solution to the problem. You're never going to stop it entirely, but at least it may reduce it to somewhat. And like I said, the expense looked like it was fairly minimal for it. The other part is Sheriff Allen, I'm going to phrase this as a question. It's difficult. When you go to work, when you were in patrol, in uniform, or in your investigative experiences, did you go to work to serve your community, no matter what the color and their social, racial, financial aspects were? Is that fair to say you were there to serve them, and that your officers, you instilled that in your officers?
Yes, to serve the community.
And in your experience in law enforcement, 40 years, would you say that is the norm of police officers that you've run into, that they look to serve their community in the best ways they can and not based upon social, racial, economic situations, gender, et cetera, that they're there to serve?
Absolutely.
Have you ever seen an officer put his life, her life on the line to serve a person that isn't of the same nationality, et cetera?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. I appreciate those answers. Thank you, Chair.
Do we have any questions from our members online? Doesn't look like it. All right. I will just let everybody know, in case there's confusion moving forward, that everybody who sits on this interim joint committee also, I think everybody also sat on the Judiciary committee in their respective houses before we got to the interim. And both of those committees heard numerous presentations from all kinds of community organizations, law enforcement organizations, members of the public, other elected officials about implicit bias in policing. And I think that, as the chair of this committee, I want you all to know that I have taken all of that information into account and under consideration and find that the evidence is overwhelming, that there is implicit bias in policing. And so any conversations that we have going forward about use of force, about improving community relations, about de-escalation are starting from a standpoint of acknowledging, recognizing, and understanding that implicit bias happens to everybody. Everybody has them. Police officers are not exempt. And so, again, when we have these conversations, we're starting from, that is our square one, is understanding that these biases exist and that they have extremely detrimental and even fatal impacts on communities of color and on people with other kinds of statuses, minority statuses. And so we start from there when we talk about these conversations and how we improve our policing in Nevada and in the United States. And we talk about how we solve these problems, how we address bias, how we root out implicit bias and the problems that face all of us in society, to which our law enforcement officers are not immune. So I just wanted to make that clear for any of the presenters today, next month, or going into the next session, that these committees have considered the data, the evidence, and numerous presentations and legal research to come to these conclusions, and that is our baseline. And with that, we will thank our agenda item number 5 presenters and move on to agenda item number 6, which is a presentation from the Department of Public Safety.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I apologize. It took me a few minutes to figure out how to turn on my camera and my microphone this morning. I'm Amy Davey with the Nevada Office of Traffic Safety and the Department of Public Safety, and there are several members of the Department of Public Safety here this morning to provide some information. I see Deputy Director Sherry Brigham on the line. Deputy Director, did you want to introduce this topic this morning?
I don't think anybody better than you could do it, Amy, but I do know that we wanted to bring to your attention where we are with the Brazos project and the citations and the concerns we have with not being able to meet the deadlines due to some final decisions on the citations. And so Amy will bring you up to date on some of that information. We also have Erica here with RCCD, who will bring you up on the NOx. I think they have a little bit more positive information on getting through that. We're all online, I believe. And then we all have our support teams available to help with the technical questions, should you have any of those as well. So I'm going to leave it to Administrator Amy Davey from the Office of Traffic Safety to fill you in.
Sure, thank you. So this morning we wanted to just come and give you a kind of a functional report about the work that we've been doing on the implementation for AB 116. I know that you've had many stakeholders come and speak to the committee, the judiciary and law enforcement, to talk about how changes are being made in the process, and the DPS is part of that process. The two specific areas that we are part of that process is, as Deputy Director said, one with the Nevada Offense Codes, or what we call the NOC. The Department of Public Safety is sort of the guardian, if you will, of implementation for NOx, and the Erica Souza and her team are going to speak about how that's going from the RCCD division. For my division, we are the caretakers or the managers of the statewide data system that we call, it's actually, the name has changed. You've heard it referred to as Brazos, and it's now called Enforcement Mobile. And that system is implemented throughout law enforcement agencies statewide to issue citations and to capture crash data information and crash reports. So we're sort of coming at the end of a lot of the decisions that the stakeholders are making and the process that is being gone through to make decisions around AB 116 and how that will look for all of the court systems and all of the law enforcement agencies. With me today, I have two specialists on this project, my traffic records program manager, Kevin Tice, and from our data system vendor, Tyler Technologies, we have the project manager to talk a little bit about where we are in the process of implementation to change the citations in this statewide system. So if I could, I will have Mr. Nieberlein and Mr. Tice both turn on their cameras and speak.
Thank you. I'm Kevin Tice. I'm the Traffic Records Manager for the Office of Traffic Safety. And as Amy mentioned, I oversee the contract with Tyler Technologies, which is the tool that we have for law enforcement and the courts for all e-citations and e-crashes. And the implementation of AB 116 kind of presented some challenges that we anticipated. And Carl and I, worked early on to try to identify some stakeholders that we thought could help us get those questions answered. As you know, 116 changes criminal violations, traffic violations to civil infractions. And that really is a monumental fundamental change to Brazos, or Enforcement Mobile as it's called now. And knocks were a big part of that anticipated challenge. And fortunately, I believe that many of those questions have been resolved. But there still are many questions that remain, and there are little nuances to do with law enforcement agency builds and records management system interfaces with the courts. And really, we need some guidance. But Tyler Technologies and their staff have indicated that, and we've been trying to get answers to those questions for several months now. But Tyler has indicated that we're in danger now of not being able to meet the deadline of January 1, 2023. So I will let Carl Nieberlein, who is the Tyler Technologies Nevada program manager, kind of discuss from their perspective what those challenges are.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Chairwoman, my name is Carl Nieberlein. I'm the project manager for Tyler Technologies that runs the e-citation and crash system here in the state of Nevada. AB 116 prevents or provides a lot of challenges for an electronic citation system. We have several different identified areas where we have to create extensive development changes in order to implement a civil traffic citation system in the state of Nevada. One of the hurdles that we encounter is the updating of the Nevada offense codes, or NOCs. That new NOCs were just published recently, I believe it was yesterday. So now what will happen is each law enforcement agency will have to receive an extract of their offenses list, which is the list of offenses that reside on their electronic ticketing devices. They will have to take the 3,200 new traffic NOCs and match them up to the offenses lists. They will have to submit those back and insert those into the system for each of those agencies. There's 137 different versions of software that are in use because each agency's configuration, and there are multiple configurations of the e-citation software for each agency, and those configurations are based upon the operating system of the device that's being used to issue a citation or collect a crash record. Each of those 137 configurations have to be manually updated to include the processing of civil citations. We have not, as of today, received instructions from a single court as to what they would like to have a violator receive on a printed copy of a citation to provide instructions on how to resolve that citation in the instance of a civil traffic citation. We will need to have instructions from every single court in order to accomplish that, to be able to issue those civil citations. The state of Nevada is connected in a very elaborate system of interfaces between electronic systems. All of those interfaces will have to be updated to accommodate a new record type of civil traffic citation flowing through them. The Tyler technology side of those interfaces, we have confidence will be updated and would be ready to go easily in time for the deadline. However, those systems at Tyler interface to systems in different communities and in different vendors and different agencies, and we have no control over whether or not those other recipients of this data will be in a position to receive them in the stated timeline. We also have an interface and update all of the court interfaces. We electronically send citations to courts, every court in the state of Nevada. Every single one of those interfaces have to be updated. Again, the Tyler side of those interfaces will be updated prior to the end of the year, but the recipient of that data, those other records management systems or court management systems, are up to the owning agency and the vendor for that system to update. There's a high probability that the Odyssey court system, which is the court system in Clark County and in Washoe County, will not be available to complete this work within the specified time frame. And that would mean that the 1,000 citations that go into the system every single day in Nevada, approximately 800 of them would have to move to paper until those interfaces were ready. There is no court in the state that can manage that avalanche of paper currently that I am aware of. We will also have significant development work to do on the back end of the system, updating databases and data types in order to handle civil citation, and also the all of the reporting engines that are used to aggregate the data and report executive level queries so that you know what's happening with citations here in the state of Nevada. Finally, on June 1st, Tyler Technologies sent the state of Nevada a notice that we have not received any of the information that we needed to have by June 1st in order to guarantee completion of this project by December 31st of this year. And this project, from a project management standpoint, is currently in jeopardy because of the lack of information being provided that's necessary to update the system. That's all that I have.
So our intent is not to come today with a laundry list of problems. Our intent is to more kind of open up the dialogue about the work that we're doing and trying to connect all of the various stakeholders. And we've been meeting regularly with courts, with law enforcement, and everybody has a piece, you know, their piece of it. They've got disparate systems and disparate processes and practices, and everybody's got a piece that they're working on, and we're working with the whole. And I wanted to, I think we just wanted to come and give an update on where we're at with that particular implementation. I do want to give time for the Records Compliance Division to talk about their work on the NOC code.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Erica Suzuyamas, and I'm the Division Administrator for the Nevada Department of Public Safety Records, Communications, and Compliance Division. I have with me on the line today Kendra Jones. Kendra is the program officer that oversees the Nevada Offense Code, otherwise known as the NOC program. So my division has two small pieces of involvement in this large statewide effort to implement AB 116. I'll provide a brief update on the status of the requirement of the repository, which is administered by my division, to remove from its databases all records of bench warrants issued for a person who failed to appear in court in response to a citation for an offense which AB 116 established as a civil penalty. I'll then hand it over to Kendra to provide an update on the status of the NOC program's efforts to duplicate the current criminal traffic NOCs to create civil NOCs. So the Records, Communications, and Compliance Division, we meet regularly to determine and establish our procedures and discuss the purging of the warrants from the statewide system. We've sent a statewide notification out to all of our criminal justice partners, advising agencies that our office can assist with purging their warrants out of the state system. The agencies have the choice to purge their own warrants themselves, or they can request our office to perform a batch purge on their behalf. We have coordinated with enterprise IT services and established a process whereby agencies may submit a help desk ticket with EATS to request a report of their specific failure to appear warrants, which they can review and determine which warrants need to be purged for the purposes of AB 116. If the agency desires our office to perform a batch purge on their behalf, they must submit a separate ticket request to EATS and provide the list of warrants previously generated in the report provided. My office will vet the request prior to the purge and authorize enterprise IT services to perform the purge. We do require that the requests come from the issuing court and not the servicing agency. To date, we've purged approximately 3,339 warrants from the state system upon request from the issuing courts or the servicing agencies. Another 19,869, so just under 20,000, have been cleared from the system by the issuing agencies themselves. As of today, we have approximately 64,000 FTA warrants remaining in the system. We'll continue to send out statewide communications to our criminal justice partners, advising them of the requirement of AB 116 and what their options are to purge the warrants prior to January 1st of 2023. If there are any remaining FTA warrants in the state system after January 1st of 23, my office will run a final report of FTA warrants, provide the reports to the issuing and servicing agencies, and then perform one final purge to remove them altogether. We're hopeful that the agencies will take advantage of the pre-January 23 work that is underway. However, if they don't, my office is prepared to perform the final purge after January 1st of next year. So that's all I have regarding the purging of the warrants from the repository system. I'll now turn it over to Kendra to provide an overview of the efforts our NOC team is taking to comply with AB 116.
Good afternoon. My name is Kendra Jones, and I'm the program officer over the NOC unit. And we duplicated 3,186 NOCs, and that was based off of the criminal NOCs that were previously held that now have dual severity. And these are going to be differentiated in each handheld device by the verbiage of just having civil in front of each of the descriptors. And the reporting that's going to go through on the state side will be separated by different codes for criminal and civil. So all of the reporting will be separate. And we have finished all of the back end work of getting those 3,186 NOCs that are to be civil and have the dual severity of both civil and criminal completed. And we have gotten everything sent out to all of the agencies and stakeholders that will need to implement the changes within their own systems.
Thank you, everybody. I think we've done a great job in what we could do so far with the team that we have, and I appreciate everything. I think what we're looking for the committee to help us with is a decision maker, a leader. I think we need some help with getting the courts all on one page, and given the different districts, it's difficult, you know, herding cats. So I'll leave it to you to ask for questions or give us direction. We're happy to do whatever we can to help.
All right, thank you. We'll start with questions here in Las Vegas with Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you. And I'm just incredibly impressed. I know you guys have been working tirelessly on getting those NOC codes. So congratulations on being able to do that. I'm just really happy about that. As far as working with the courts, I know that this is predominantly falls on the courts of limited jurisdiction. And it's my understanding that they had put together kind of a lead on that. Have you been able to meet with the lead of that, or are you trying to reach out to all of the individual courts along the states in order to do that?
This is Kevin Tice for the record. We have met with Judge Saragosa and Judge Zimmerman. They've kind of coordinated some efforts on that front. And we've participated to the degree that we shared some of Tyler Technologies' concerns that might create delays and try to get them to help us get some of these questions answered. And they have definitely participated in that regard.
So is it my understanding you're just kind of waiting on those court jurisdictions, I guess the courts, to make decisions and provide you data to be able to move forward?
Well, to some degree, that's true, but there are other questions I think that maybe that group can't answer. For instance, whether or not, and we may make this decision ourselves, I guess, but the decision to put criminal violations on the same citation as a civil violation would create lots of explanation for the violator that might be confusing. So our recommendation is that they be separate. But that question remains to be answered by all of the jurisdictions. And whether or not a warning can be placed on the same citation as a civil infraction or a criminal will also create a lot of confusion. So unfortunately, our recommendation is that they be separated, but as Carl mentioned in his presentation, really the individual courts haven't weighed in on these topics.
I know that during one of the previous interim things, and I'm sure you've kind of been paying attention, the offices of the courts, the administrative office of the courts, John McCormick, came in and had indicated that the courts were working on trying to get some ARPA funds to be able to create kind of like one traffic system. Do you know if you've had any conversations with the administrative office of courts and Mr. McCormick's office to find out whether or not they've been successful and if there would be one court system for traffic tickets as opposed to separate systems that potentially don't interact together in this way? Have you had those conversations with him recently?
Not direct conversations, but I've heard that discussed in some of the previous planning meetings regarding AB 116, but I don't know what and if they're successful in that pursuit from the AOC.
And then I have another question. You had indicated, obviously, it sounds like you guys would prefer if the courts made decisions on which FTAs were being purged prior to January 1st, 2023. So that is something that these courts can do in preparation to make the transition easier. Is that correct? Is my correct understanding?
Erica Suzuyamas for the record. Yes, you are correct.
And then I know that the courts have previously done amnesty or purged old traffic tickets in the past. Like this isn't something that's new. Is that correct?
Erica Suzuyamas, yes, you're correct.
And, oh, excuse me. So this is a process that all of the courts across the states have used in the past to purge like old warrants or failures to appear or tickets that they've chosen to purge, and they can do that at any time, and they always have been able to. Is that correct?
Whoops, I was muted. I'm sorry. Erica Suzuyamas for the record. You are correct.
Thank you. And thank you all for your work. And if I can be helpful in facilitating any of the conversations between any of the stakeholders, please reach out.
All right. Other questions from our members in Las Vegas? Go ahead, Assemblymember Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to direct this question to the gentleman who is the project manager at the software company. You made a statement that the project is in jeopardy. Could you please sort of give us a little bit more? Is it in jeopardy because it can't work? Is it in jeopardy because I think your Tyler Technologies is frustrated? Is it in jeopardy because you're not being paid, or what's the jeopardy? Is it just the deadline or the entire project?
Carl Nieberlein here for the record. The answer to your question, all of the things that you just mentioned, the only reason why this project is in jeopardy is because the amount of time that it takes to adjust the existing development and the amount of time that it takes to do the new development in order to incorporate civil traffic citations into the Nevada citation system. There's no problem with contractually, payment-wise, frustration-wise, or anything there. The problem is just a matter of time. We have a January 1st deadline, and it takes a considerable amount of effort, development lift, to make all of these things happen and to get all of these pieces in place. Additionally, everything that is done has to be tested and vetted all the way from the back-end servers to the end user, each law enforcement officer here in Nevada. And because of that, and what we know about how long those processes take, because we've done this in other places, both nationally and also here in Nevada with the last session's SB 236 updates, we know how many months that it takes to do this. And unless we have the answers to many of these questions in the very near future, it is likely that we will not have development resources and manpower available in the amount of time allotted to complete the project.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I? What would be your suggestion about what we should do as a state to make future processes better? Because we know that our criminal justice system and our laws change because we learn more, we know more, we are always trying to improve ourselves. What would you suggest we do as a state to make this process better, swifter, more succinct in the future?
Amy Davey with the Office of Traffic Safety. Thank you for that question. I think two things have come to the forefront on this project. One is there was no clear project manager for this project. And I'm not speaking just about the Department of Public Safety. We can manage our business and our divisions, but there was no project manager for a project of this magnitude or a designated, one designated agency, if you will, to coordinate this project. Secondly, I think, timelines are always best guess. And in dealing with something, as large and as multifaceted as many people, and then you throw in the technology component that does require testing and development and that sort of thing. So the timeline may have been, while it was a long time in planning, I know that the civil citation discussion has gone on for multiple legislative sessions. The implementation piece was probably a little bit truncated for the size of the project.
Adam. So if this has been a multi-session discussion, were these concerns brought up during the last, because I'm brand new, so this is new to me from this perspective. Were these concerns brought up during the session? I don't remember it being, or anyone asking us during our hearings to ensure that we appointed somebody as a project manager to help this process along. So did that happen in any of the discussions when you saw this train leaving the station? Did you make us aware that it would work better if we had a project manager outside your agency or even within your agency?
That's a great question. This is Amy Davey. I'm not aware that the DPS gave any testimony on this, and I think we watch and we wonder about how things sometimes are going to come together, and we have been extremely appreciative of the community of law enforcement and court systems that have come together, and Judge Saragosa and Judge Zimmerman taking the lead on this. But no, to your question, I don't know that we came and gave specific testimony on our piece of the implementation.
Thank you. So in my previous life, I'm lucky enough to have retired this year. Thank the Lord. We did a project like this, and I believe that the people inside the organizations are the experts to help us implement. And I would hope in future, since this is already a train down the road, I'm not going to cry over spilled milk, as my grandmother would say. But number one, we don't want to lose a consultant in the middle of a project and then have to start at square one, number one. But number two, the agencies that we're working with, your data people, your staff, you have to talk to us so that we know what it is that you have to have in order to make a move successful. Because as I said earlier, the law is always going to be flexing and moving and evolving as we know more and want to do better. And so I would hope as we move forward, there's going to be another session in 2023. I hope to be here. I don't ever want us to have a situation where you all haven't said to us, that's a ridiculous deadline, or we need help and you got to get us somebody to help us make this work for the citizens of this state. Because it doesn't help us if we have laws that we're trying to implement and we've got 3 long sheets of paper that we're giving people that don't make any sense to anybody. So, I'm a freshman. I hope to be a sophomore, but I believe that the elder statespeople on this panel are accessible and they would listen and hear. And if nothing else, you ask me, I'm the brat, and I'm going to speak up and say, hey, I heard this, they need help on this. Can we get this? We have to be able to hear from you so that we know what to do and make these things work, because our constituents are depending on it to be implemented. So, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just want to correct something as well. We did reach out with information about the implementation from the perspective of the amount of time that at the time we thought it would take, and we did put a fiscal note on the bill, which was funded. So we did have some anticipation of being here in the process. The money that the legislature did award to fund this project is sufficient. It has just come down to a little bit of logistics. Thank you. I appreciate that input.
All right. Excuse me. I don't see any other questions from Las Vegas. We will go to Carson City. I see one from Assemblymember O'Neill. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to make this quick, and it's for anybody that wants to chime in. Did Eats, you said you didn't have a project manager on this program, on this implementation? Did Eats, or did you look toward them for assistance?
This is Amy Davey from the Office of Traffic Safety. There's no project management needed necessarily from the programming side or the IT side. These are decisions that are not made by programmers or even by us about how citations should be reflected or how, there's been a lot of dialogue about how to get NOC codes so that they were ready to run these dual systems. Those were all decisions that were not involving the programming, and so EATS has not been really a factor in this. We're working directly with the system consultant.
I guess I'm confused because you're saying your NOC code and implementation of that had nothing to do with your development of the program itself, is what I heard you say. And
I'm sorry, Mrs. Amy Davey, for the record, I'm sorry I'm not explaining myself very well. It's the decisions behind how the system needs to be programmed to reflect the statutory changes. There are nuances to those decisions that really come out of the legal community themselves, the courts and the law enforcement agencies. We're just the guardians of the system, and we're just waiting for the cookbook that says, go make this meal. And some of the ingredients are missing. We're able to, as soon as we get those ingredients, we're able to make that meal. But I'm sorry if I'm not expressing it right.
Maybe, and
not involved.
if you don't mind, Amy, maybe I chime in. This is Sherry Brigham, Deputy Director. And I think what I was trying to say at the very beginning is what we're missing is a final decision maker. Okay. So while the conversations are happening, and a lot of conversations, good conversations are happening, and maybe why we should go in this direction or why the citations should look like this are happening, who is to make those decisions? And in some cases we can make them, we can arbitrarily make them. But is that up to us? We can do that. And those are the questions we're here today to discuss, is that we're more than happy to do a lot of what we can do, but is that what the committee would like us to do?
that helps me considerably. I appreciate that. And I guess I'm disappointed that we passed legislation in prior discussions where you're coming in, not just you, but other agencies are coming in and asking for, what does this mean? So, but I appreciate it. Hopefully we can get it addressed for you. And thank you.
Yes,
Chair.
and just to add one little thing, this meeting, we asked to be put on the schedule for today, only to give you this update. We are ready and willing and capable to meet the deadline from our point of view. And as I said, we can make this decision. We can make it with the intent from our point of view. But again, we know that the legislators' intent was more for the state, not just from our point of view. And we didn't want to force our point of view once again on everybody else. So there you have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I just have a brief follow-up because I'm not understanding what the decision is that needs to be made that you're saying you're not sure you're the right person to make. So what is the decision that has to be made?
Well, Kevin or Carl, do you want to just maybe talk about a few of the items that are outstanding that we're sort of waiting, we're sort of wondering about in terms of making those decisions on our own?
This is Carl Nieberlein, for the record, Tyler Technologies. Some of the important pieces of information that are missing, the question that we need to have answered, Chairperson, is, for instance, what information do you want to present to a violator on their copy of the citation so that they can take care of the matter with the court? We need to have that information. It takes time to program that into the system, and it's unique for every single court. There is no unified traffic citation in the state of Nevada like we have with other clients around the country. So each citation is custom software made at the direction of the agency who requested it and the courts that it writes into. without having the information like such as that, and that's one example of one of the questions that needs to be answered, we're dead in the water and we can't do anything. Other questions that need to be answered were questions about criminal violations
So
on the same document.
let's go one by one. So when you're talking about putting the information on the ticket that I understand would be unique to each courthouse, you know, what time their arraignments are, whether they do arraignments or pretrial conferences, who made the decision previously, like on the current tickets? How did that information get there?
When each of the courts were implemented on the system, which occurred back around 2008 and 9, every judge or every court presented a Word file that had the exact verbiage that they wanted to appear on the citations that were written into their courts. As the system was implemented over those several years and all of the courts were brought online, that information was collected from each of them and added into the system. So once again, we will have to collect that information from each of them because the information is different from each of them. They all have different websites or, like you said, different arraignment dates. Now with civil citations, some of them are trying to go to online dispute resolution systems. So we need to have web addresses and all of the instructions to give to a violator so that they understand how they need to proceed to take care of the matter with the court.
Okay, and it sounds like you're saying that the courts are not being responsive to your request for that literal Word file from them.
Yeah, that is correct. We have not received any as to what a violator is to be presented to resolve the matter on a citation.
How many times have you asked?
I've asked the state for that information. You would have to talk to my counterparts at the state to find out how they disseminated that request.
All right, so I'll add that to our list. Who is your counterpart at the state?
That would most likely be Kevin Tice.
Oh, Mr. Tice, how did you ask the courts for this information?
I mentioned it to Judge Saragosa and Judge Zimmerman when they began their meetings on the topic of AB 116. And I asked them for help on I shared this list of questions with them in March and asked for their assistance in communicating with all of the courts, kind of as a liaison for that purpose.
Okay. Is there anything stopping you from reaching out directly to each court in Nevada and asking for this information?
Probably not.
Okay, let's do that. What is the next question? Mr. Person from
Neither.
Tyler Technologies. Sorry, you're not on my list. What's the next question that we need answered?
I'm happy to not be on your list. The next question that we'll need to answer is what fees and fines apply to civil traffic citations? We have set bail schedules that we've received from multiple courts because every court in Nevada has a different bail schedule and different fine for each particular charge. So we need to know what the fine is going to be for each civil charge, the administrative assessments, the other assessments that go on with those things. We also need to find out how they want to handle the situation with speeding. Several courts in Nevada calculate those. We calculate their fines on the device because speeding is charged at a certain amount per mile per hour over the speed limit. We need to know if that's continuing, and if that is continuing, what is the charge going to be per mile an hour over the speed limit. That information all has to be presented to us so that we can update the systems appropriately.
And let me guess, the courts have not responded to your requests for this information from them.
That would be correct.
All right. What's the next question that we need answered?
The next question that we need to have answered is the electronic systems that we interface to in the state of Nevada, the court systems, AOC, Odyssey, and several journal technologies and a few other vendors. Civil citations have to be recognized in a different way by those systems. So we have to work with each of those vendors to find out, it's sent via what's called an XML file, and we need to find out what the XML tags will be for civil citations for their systems, so that when we send the data to them, they can appropriately decipher the data and enter it into the systems on their side that generate things like court dockets and that sort of information. So we'll need to be in contact with the various vendors once we know what the civil citations are going to look like, so that we can get that information and begin that programming process.
All right. And the next question that we need answered.
I think the next question we can probably take a healthy guess at, but we need to know what in reporting systems, there's ad hoc reporting capability, and there's also system generated reporting capability. We need to know what reports are going to be requested of this, so that we can provide adequate mapping into ad hoc reporting systems, the information from each Nevada citation, so that when the administrators of the system or the users or consumers of that data request it, that it is accurate and complete.
Okay, so basically we need to know what data is going to be collected from the citations so that the people like us who like to ask questions about how many citations were issued and where they were issued, what they were issued for, can utilize that. So that sounds like a question that, okay, the Peanut Gallery has suggested that perhaps DPS has a list of data points that we need to collect from each citation. Ms. Brueggemann, do you want to weigh in?
I'm not, we collect data points on behalf of the courts and any number of agencies. So yes, we know that there are laws that specify what data points we have to collect for a number of them. I'm not going to get into which ones they are, but that doesn't mean there aren't others that you would like or how they are grouped.
Okay. So could DPS provide to Tyler Technologies a list of the data points that they are currently tasked with monitoring and collecting? Okay.
Yes.
So let's do that and start there. I was excited about going through this ad nauseum, but there are actually more questions that need to be answered than I even realized. So what I'm going to ask all right, I'm going to ask our representative from Tyler Technologies, who's not on my list, to please provide the staff of this committee with a literal list of those questions that need to be answered, and we will help facilitate getting the people who need to answer those questions to answer them for us, and we will all reconvene back here in July to discuss any questions that remain outstanding without answers, why those answers are outstanding, and come up with a plan to get them for you so that you can do what we asked you to do at the legislature. And what I mean by that is I understand that we passed a bill and we gave you a task, and it's not fair to ask you to complete that task without answers to all of your questions or a way to get the answers or all of the tools that you need to implement these bills. And so that's why any frustration is not with the people on this call, it's with bureaucracy. And so since I guess I'm responsible for it now, I am going to do my best to aid in getting the information from point A to point B where it needs to be so that we can implement AB 116 and stop holding people criminally accountable for parking in the wrong place. And so with all of that being said, anybody who wants to weigh in on the questions that need to be answered, please send that to the staff. You can even send it directly to me. My email address is very easy to discern. If you can spell my name, it's my name, melanie.scheibel@sen.state.nv.us. And we will get to work on this between now and July. Unless anybody else has more questions for our presenters here.
Chair, it's PK from
yes,
the north.
go ahead. Go ahead. Assemblymember O'Neill.
I really appreciate having worked with technology prior and worked on things in the NOC code many years ago. If I can be of any assistance, I just wanted to offer assistance to you, Chair, and also to DPS, particularly since the majority of them are here in the north, here in Carson City. If I can give any assistance between now and when we reconvene in July, please contact me, or Ms. Bergman, I'll be in contact with you shortly to see what we can schedule, if you would like it. I just offer that, if you would like it. And Chair, I offer it to you too. Thank you.
Thank you. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
And I think Senator Harris also has something to add.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know what the level of discussions are between, or level of discussions is between DPS and the Administrative Office of the Courts. But I believe AOC, and I hope they don't get mad at me for saying this, I think they might have some money that DPS could work with them on specifically for this issue of trying to get a singular ticket throughout the state of Nevada. So hopefully you all are working together, and if you are not, please reach out to Mr. McCormick so everybody's rowing in the same direction with the same dollars.
I also have been getting some frantic text messages from some of the courts. It sounds like they do have a meeting coming up next Wednesday, so hopefully there will be some clarification. Obviously, we would have all wanted that before the deadline of June 1st, so you would be able to quickly implement some of these things, but hopefully they will review some of the presentations and questions that came up today, and with the assistance of all of the people on this committee, I'm sure we will be able to help facilitate, which sounds like just a communication issue. So, but I do appreciate you guys all bringing it to our attention. I think bringing it to our attention is the first step in helping us facilitate our intent. So thank you.
Agreed. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here to present. And I am going to go ahead and close out agenda item number 6 because we have a whole nother half of our meeting to get through before the Legislative Commission needs to use this room at 3 p.m. So we're going to take a very short break. We're going to take 15 minutes to grab a snack, grab some water, use the restroom, and the members, we're going to come back at 1 p.m. and I'm going to ask for the indulgence of our presenters as the members eat at the dais during your presentations. It is not, I hope you don't take it as a sign of disrespect. We want to get through all this important information and not waste time eating when we could be eating and listening. So we'll go into recess and we'll see you all back here at 1 p.m.
check second graders and the second.
All right, we are going to call this committee back to order. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us through our very, very short lunch break. We are on to the second part of our meeting where we're going to be talking about summary evictions, and then we will have one more public comment before the end of our meeting. I am going to turn the proverbial gavel over to Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong for the next portion of this meeting. So take it away.
Thank you so much, Chair Scheibel, and thank you everyone for sticking in here with us today. I am Assemblywoman Chandra Summers Armstrong. I'm super nervous, but we're going to get this done. So welcome back, and we thank you, those here that are present in Las Vegas by phone and also in Northern Nevada. We're going to start this portion of the meeting with the Nevada Realtors, and we'd like to invite Rocky Finish and Tina Africk. I believe the presentation will be spearheaded by Miss Africk. And I will turn it over to you all, and you may begin when you're ready.
Chair Scheibel, Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong, for the record, my name is Rocky Finseth. I'm with Carrera, Nevada. Joining me at the table today is Miss Tina Africk. Miss Africk is a property manager here in Southern Nevada, and I believe up north is Miss Tiffany Banks. She's the Chief Legal Counsel for the Nevada Realtors, as well as Jenny Reese, my colleague at Carrera, Nevada. Ms. Africk is going to take the committee through the Realtors presentation today. And with your indulgence, I'll turn it over to Ms. Africk.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I just kind of wanted to go through a short timeline of what the eviction process is right now for us as property managers. Sometimes I think there might be a misconception that we're in a hurry to get people out of properties, which this is really not the case. So, for instance, this month, we start collecting rents on the 1st of the month. We give all of our tenants until the 5th of the month to pay without a late penalty and without any action taken against them. On the 6th of the month, I start calling all of my past due tenants and asking them, when can we expect your rent? So we do work with all of our tenants if at all possible. So we'll ask them when we can expect their rent. We'll let them know if you can get rent in today, we can waive your late fee. If you don't get rent in today, then we may have to start the 7-day pay or quit process. Most of the time, the tenants will get back to us and say, I'm going to pay this Friday, whatever the case is. We will then go to our landlords and make sure it's okay with our landlords, because ultimately, our landlords are our clients, our tenants are our customers. So we have to do what our landlords instruct so long as it's legal and ethical. So from that point, if we get the rent, obviously we're done. We usually waive most late fees if we can, and we want to work with the tenant. The most important key here is communication. If our tenant just ghosts us and we don't hear from them, they don't respond to any of our requests, then at that point we are forced to post a 7-day pay or quit. The eviction process does take some time. So from the time we post a 7-day pay or quit, of course, it's 7 judicial days. We all know that the courts are closed on Fridays, so we're really talking about an extra 2 weeks for the tenant to then come in and bring in their payment. One of the previous presenters had called in and said that the money is applied to late payments first. That's not the case. That changed in the legislative session. I think it was in the last session. All rents have to be paid. We cannot evict anyone based on late fees any longer. So that if they never pay their late fees, there's no steps we can take. We just have to wait until the move out, at which point we will likely take the late fees from the deposit and pay the owner with that. So from the time that we post the pay or quit, of course, you know the tenant has the chance to answer. With the new chat program that's in place, we are not evicting anyone. From 2020 to today, we have literally evicted one tenant, and I manage about 400 properties. So evictions are not running rampant, at least among property managers. We have no desire to evict anyone. We don't want to contribute to the homelessness population. We want to work with our tenants. It's costly to move a tenant out. We then have to turn around and use the deposit towards the past due rent. And then, of course, the owner will then, of course, have the fees to still clean the property up, because typically when you evict someone, you do not get the property back in the best of shape. It's not move-in ready. So we're really talking about from the time that we post a 7-day pay or quit, they then can answer the pay or quit. And at that point, as soon as they answer it, we then go into the mediation program. So we're talking about another month at that point to even get into the mediation program. So now you take one late payment that was that we posted a 7-day on, and it's taking about another month and a half to even get into court, if we get into court. And then at that point, of course, they can apply for CHAP funds. We are a big advocate of CHAP funds. We really try to help people, even if we can see they're just starting to struggle and are just starting to pay late every month. We will then go and ask them, hey, listen, CHAP might be a good program for you. Even if you don't have a job loss, maybe you have reduced hours, it's a good idea to at least get a cushion of 1 or 2 months if you can. So we do work with CHAP quite a bit, and we do encourage our tenants, even if they aren't behind on rent, but we can notice that they're starting to fall behind. We will then give them the information to apply for CHAP. I, of course, cannot talk for every property manager, but I do know a lot of property managers. I'm very involved in our association, and I can tell you that I do not know any property managers that are trying to evict tenants and want tenants out on the street. We are always there to try to provide resources and information to help them. Unfortunately, sometimes we do get to a point where we must evict a tenant. Most of our owners are mom and pop owners. I hate that term, but you know what I mean. It's usually a single owner and they can't pay rent. The CHAP program has some issues, of course, but when an owner doesn't get rent for months on end, these are not corporations. There are corporations that own properties, of course, but we're shifting the burden from one constituency to another constituency and assuming that this one constituency has unlimited funds to cover the cost of the other constituency, and that just is not the case with the vast majority of people that I manage properties for. We'll also go to the point of firing bad landlords. If I have a landlord that is not cooperative, or doesn't take advice and help the tenant, or if we have a landlord that is trying to raise rent by $500 at a time, we fire them. I won't work with people like that. I know a lot of property managers won't. And I also think it's important not to mix in self-managed properties with professionally managed properties. Self-managed properties, unfortunately, a lot of those landlords just do not know the law. And unfortunately, a lot of tenants don't know the law. So they're being taken advantage of by self-managed property, by self-managed owners, because they don't understand what the tenant's legal rights are, and then the tenant doesn't realize their legal rights. That's about it.
Thank you so much for that presentation. We really appreciate you all being here and for sticking around to share this information with us. Does anyone here in Las Vegas have any questions? Chair Scheibel.
So I thought it was interesting that you wanted to make a distinction between self-managed properties and properties that utilize a property management company, because the first thing that pops in my head is I would think that people who employ a management company are either bigger or have more valuable properties. I mean, they have to pay a property management company. So is your group of properties already, on the more expensive end of properties?
Tina Afric, for the record. No, absolutely not. The vast majority of our properties are single owner properties, people that have moved out of state. We have military, we have retirees. I do have a handful of owners from outside the country that own maybe 10 or 15 properties. So rents are pretty high here. So most people can hire a property manager. You're not talking a lot of money for a property manager. So I have properties, I have fourplexes, I have, properties as low as $800 a month. No, I have a wide array of properties, but the vast majority of them are single owner properties. The reason I want the distinction between owners and property managers is because as property managers, we understand the law. We know what our legal obligations are to our tenants. We know what our legal obligations are to our owners. Unfortunately, a lot of individual owners do not. I've had to help my nephew who's low income, and I went into the property and this was what was the window, plexiglass. So I turned him in. I turned the guy into the health department. They had open sewage running through. So you do have bad landlords for sure. But the vast majority of them are not going to take advantage of tenants and try to kick tenants out immediately, in my experience.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else here locally? Senator Harris.
Thank you so much, Chair Armstrong. I guess I'm wondering if you can help us with the disparity between what we're hearing from you and what we hear from others about issues with eviction. You know, I can't put all tenants on you, right, or all owners on you, and I don't just, you know, I'm not challenging your assertions that for the properties that you manage, there's only been one, but how do we square, right, what I'm hearing from you and about how they don't really want to kick people out, and with this very large problem we're hearing from tenants that they're being kicked out in very large numbers and are having these issues. How do I hold both of those, you know, in my head together?
Tina Afric, for the record. I guess I would say I haven't heard what you're hearing, so I can't truly answer that. I do know there are issues of people being kicked out. Listen, when we evict someone, we evict based on payment of rent. And so I guess my question would be is at what point do we evict someone? And if someone isn't able to pay their rent, then what we're going to do is try our best to see if there's something we can do. I have tenants call me every single month with my car broke down or whatever, and we work with them. We don't, I guess there's two sides to every story, maybe. I don't know that you're going to hear the tenant side, and I may have a tenant that I've had to evict, and their story may sound vastly different than my story, because I think that your position in the process, it impacts how you view the process.
Senator Harris, Rocky Finseth, for the record, if I may. Ms. Afric really reflects the bulk of our property managers. These are the stories that we hear. So as we walk, you know, as we walked into the 2021 session and we were having these debates and discussions, we saw the same disconnect that you're seeing here, right? I would suggest that there are certainly corporate landlords that are in the space. There's certainly hedge funds that are in the space. And perhaps some of what you're seeing is those entities that are creating some of the stories that you're hearing about today. And they have been in this marketplace. They've been in this marketplace for quite some time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Finseth. I said it wrong previously. I apologize. Assemblywoman Nguyen.
Thank you. You had indicated that, at least as a part of your practice, you try to locate or determine people that are potentially struggling before it gets to that point. How do you do that?
Through their ledger. So for instance, I have 2 tenants I had to post pay or quits on this month. Just to kind of give you an idea of the yellow, this is how many times they've been late before I finally posted a pay or quit. So this tenant has been late 10 times in the last year, considerably late, 2 weeks late. We've never taken the steps to evict him. I've spoken to him, worked it out. We finally had to post a pay or quit because he wasn't responding. I will approach somebody like this and explain to them that there is a chat program that because if you're paying late every month, you're usually struggling. Many of our tenants will come to us and tell us they're struggling, and they don't know there's assistance. So I'm a big advocate of the chat program. I think it's a great program. While the money exists, it's a short-term solution, obviously, to a potentially long-term problem, but it's there. And so having the assistance available is a win-win, because now the tenant is going to get their rent paid and the owner is going to get their money to pay their bills. Keep in mind that when a tenant is non-rent paying, the owner still has all the same responsibility as if the tenant was rent paying. You know, if the air conditioner goes out, they're still responsible to repair that. The water heater, all these things, and everything, as we all know, is getting more expensive, not only for the tenant, but also for the landlord. So I would say that, you know, we're always, I can't speak for everyone, but me and my company, we're always going to do our best to try to come to a solution that keeps somebody from being homeless. Look, we're people too. Driving down the street, coming here and seeing all the homeless, it kills me. I can't stand seeing it. It hurts me that people are without housing. If I could fix it, I would. But I also know, coming from the other side of things and seeing the landlords they are also struggling. Many, many landlords are struggling when they can't get their rent. And when there's no end in sight of when they can evict this person, it could be costing somebody their retirement. You know, many people buy a house as a retirement investment. And if they can't go 4, 5, 6, 7 months without rent. I mean, during the pandemic, I had somebody go 15 months without paying rent. I mean, that's at $3,000 a month. It's a huge amount of money. And, you know, so all I'm saying is we have to weigh the balance between the tenant and the owner and who has what responsibility in the process.
My next question, I've lost it. It'll come back. Mr. Finseth, you had indicated that, there might be some disparity about what we're seeing at different presentations, whether it's from the courts directly or it's from people in the community that are struggling and being evicted unfairly or quickly. You had indicated that perhaps there's a difference between some of these, I guess, I'm using it too, mom and pop type like landlords and these corporate. Have you seen any distinctions made in laws in other states that make a distinction between those two types of landlords?
Assemblywoman Rocky Finseth, for the record. We're in the process of exploring that right now, like the interim committee, right? Our legislative committee is exploring sort of various options from other states. I think we're working with legislators that have reached out to us for sort of solutions on our end. I don't have an answer for you right now, but I suspect that we will have an answer for you moving forward.
Thank you. And I'm sure all the committee members would be interested to see what kind of distinctions might be made nationally or even in other localities about, the difference between like a venture capitalist and like a corporate, mass ownership of properties.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Nguyen. Before we move up north, I have just a couple of quick questions. When you say properties, are you referring to single-family homes or are you referring to apartment complexes?
I only manage single-family homes and multifamily fourplexes.
Fourplexes. Okay, wonderful. In addition to the basic rent, are there other administrative fees that the renter is responsible for?
On a monthly basis or at move-in?
Monthly, please.
The only thing that we charge our tenants for is rent, and in some cases, depending on the locality and the property type, for trash and sewer. So if they live in Las Vegas and it's a single family, we charge them $40 a month, which is the exact cost of about the cost of the trash and sewer combined on a monthly basis, because we don't put that in the tenant's name, because if they go delinquent, it can lien the home. Other than that, if there's a 5% late fee, but again, we waive those late fees the vast majority of the time, but no other fees.
Are there any costs for setting up an account or records maintenance on a monthly or at any time during the contract?
To the tenant?
Yes, please.
No. If we do a lease renewal, it's always at the owner's expense. The tenant doesn't pay anything. And I do want to correct one thing I said. If we have to post a pay or quit notice, there's a $75 fee, because we have to pay a process server now since the law changed to post that notice. So we can't waive that fee. We have to charge it since we have to pay it. They are considered utility income, correct. So when we bring in our system, we have rent and then we have utility income, and they get reported out differently on the tax statement to the owner.
One other question, because we ran into this when we were up north. Do you use a portal?
Yes, we use a system called AppFolio.
What is your fee, your monthly fee to use that portal?
For me personally?
Or the renter?
We don't charge the renter for use of the portal. The only time they pay a fee is if they choose to pay their rent with a credit card, and then there's a fee from the AppFolio for the credit card usage. Other than that, they can pay online for free. As long as they use a checking account, or they have the option of going to 7-Eleven or CVS and paying with a $3.99 fee, which is not paid to us. It is through the service that provides the payment.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for answering those. At this time, we'll go up north. If any, oh, I see Senator Harris.
Thank you. That reminds me of a question that I had. I know a lot of homes, you can buy kind of a home warranty, and then they'll charge you, let's say, like a $75 fee as a service fee. So let's say I'm a tenant and my AC breaks down on a day like today. Under the law, landlords are required to maintain things like air conditioning, especially here for obvious reasons. Are landlords, any of the ones that you represent, pushing that $75 fee to repair essential services onto the tenants?
We do not. I know there are some that do that. The laws, our contract, our state-approved contract that we use says that any repair under X amount, any minor repair, and minor is capitalized in boldface, under $100 or whatever, we always put it as $100, is paid by the tenant. That does not mean that the first $100 of the repair is the tenant's responsibility, and I explain that to all my owners. If an air conditioner goes out, that is not the tenant's expense, unless the tenant caused it. Let's say the tenant never changed the filters and we send reminders out and the unit froze up because of their negligence, then yes, they're going to be charged a service fee because they didn't do their part to keep the air conditioner running. That's very rare. It doesn't happen often, but sometimes it does happen. If a garbage disposal gets clogged because of what the tenant put down, we're going to troubleshoot with them and show them how to fix the issue. Now, our contract has changed, and there is a spot that says that you could charge them the home warranty. You kind of check what you want to charge them. So yes, there are some owners that are going to charge the deductible of the home warranty. We don't do it. We take the part of the contract that says minor repairs. So for instance, of what a minor repair would be, the garbage disposal is clogged. The flapper in the toilet needs to be replaced. It doesn't require a plumber. It's a $2 part. You can get it at Ace Hardware. You stick it in there, you repair it. So we'll always try to troubleshoot. I would say in the 10 years I've been doing management, maybe 10 times have I charged a repair to a tenant. It's just very, very rare. Most of the time the owners are going to pay those repairs.
And just a quick follow-up, if I may, is there any distinction made between those kind of essential services like AC and I guess ones that are not statutorily the landlord's responsibility?
Well, since I don't do it, I can't tell you how other property managers do it. I just don't charge any repair any repair that's over $100 that's not minor. I just don't charge it to my tenant. So are there some that don't? First of all, you don't want a home warranty in the summer with air conditioners. You'll be a week without an air conditioner. But I just don't. I can't tell you what other ones do. If it's an air conditioner, we're paying for it, period.
Even if it's under $100? Even
if it's under $100, because it's an essential item. So now, I don't know that the law says you have to do that, but we do that because it's an essential service. If a front door lock breaks, we're going to pay for that because it's an essential item. So there are just certain things that we do, but I can't tell you 100% for sure. I'm sure you guys know whether or not the law states that if you can't charge a deductible, then the legislature would have to be clear on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right.
I just thought of more questions. I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if you had the opportunity to review or participate or listen to the presentations last month by the Las Vegas Justice Court. They had proposed a program that they would like to implement, kind of like an eviction court, like an early intervention court. Do you have any opinions about that court and how that might work and how you might be able to work with them?
Assemblywoman Rocky Finseth, for the record. If I could, with your indulgence, I'll turn it over to Ms. Reese and or Ms. Banks, who've been working directly with the courts on that program.
No, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Ms. Banks.
Thank you, Rocky. Thanks, Assemblywoman. This is Jenny Reese for the record. The Nevada Realtors have supported that program. They've been part of the process. We are engaged in the meetings on a regular basis. We did send a letter of support to help Judge Saragosa get the grant program. And so we will continue to participate, and hopefully that's something that we can bring statewide.
Thank you. I appreciate that, especially in light of the fact I know we are talking about how beneficial the CHAP program has been for, Nevadans. And, I have concerns, the real fact that those funds might run out and run out sooner rather than later. Do you have any other suggestions for programs in replacement?
Assemblywoman Jenny Reese for the record. I do not, but the realtors, we are meeting next week, and we can bring that up to them during their legislative committee meeting.
Thank you. And that's really all today.
All right, thank you so much, Assemblywoman Nguyen. I'd like to give the folks up in Northern Nevada an opportunity to ask any questions. Anyone on the dais with questions? I can't see. I think it's just. Oh.
It's PK.
Thank you so much. I think
There's only one here.
I saw you waving. All righty. Go right ahead, Assemblyman Neal.
Thank you, Chair.
O'Neill, sorry.
Whatever, just don't call me late for dinner. Could you, on that CHAPS program, that's only available then in Clark County, correct?
Tina Afric, for the record, I have no idea. Unfortunately, I don't do property management in Reno or in Northern Nevada, only in Southern Nevada.
Mr. Finseth, do you know by any chance?
Assemblyman O'Neill, the CHAPS program, it's being used very extensively down here in southern Nevada. That said, I'm happy to get back to you on whether that's a statewide application or not.
Tiffany Banks for the record. It is actually available in the north, also through the Reno Housing Authority. So yes, it is available statewide.
So statewide, so the rural counties, Carson, Douglas, Humboldt, et cetera, have access to it also.
Tiffany Banks for the record. We'd have to check to make sure who runs the rurals, but we will check and get back to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I guess maybe, Mr. Finseth, you may be possibly the best person to answer a couple of these other just small questions, hopefully. Do you know, is it fair to say that on the evictions that being a landlord is becoming so difficult, complicated, we're actually forcing mom and pops out and selling off to large, they have to sell their businesses, these rental properties to large corporations? I guess the question is, are we having a growth in large corporations and loss of mom and pops?
Assemblyman O'Neill, Rocky Finseth for the record. I can only offer you anecdotal. I think Ms. Afric can give you real live examples of what she's seeing in the marketplace down here.
Tina Afric for the record. No, we're not seeing an exodus of landlords, not yet. When the late payments were capped at 5%, we didn't really see much pushback. You may have seen a few landlords say, well, I want rent sooner, but not with us. All of ours are, if you use us for property managers, we give 5 days to pay rent. So no, we're not starting to see an exodus. We did see a huge increase, I believe, of corporations coming in because, they bought up our market for the most part right now. And so what we noticed in this market, though, is that also happened in 2008. And honestly, when we had more large corporations owning properties, we actually saw rents go down slightly because they were all competing with each other. At that point, they were selling rents on the secondary market, kind of like they were selling the mortgages. They were doing that. I can't remember what year it was, but we did see rents go down slightly one time when hedge funds were buying. So right now, we're not seeing an exodus of mom and pop. unless they want to capitalize on all their equity. And also keep in mind that when you're hearing from all these tenants, I would venture to say that a portion of those tenants are being kicked out necessarily because people are trying to sell their houses. And so, which is that's also a difficult process to get a tenant to even move on a 30-day notice right now. So we do walk a fine line, because if we go too far one way or the other, you will start to see sellers exit the market, which is going to reduce the available inventory for rent.
I appreciate that, because up north here, particularly, I'll just talk in my district, Carson City mainly, I've had several mom and pops in my neighborhood tell me how they've got to get out of the business. They'll complain to me that we're just making it so onerous to be a landlord. So I'm glad to hear that isn't the case, that it may just be a localized issue. One last question, if I may. The landlord, the owner of the property, the tenant is unable to pay, refuses to pay, whatever it may be. What's their recourse to? Can they go to another program and get that money directly, or do they have to keep working with the tenant so they can pay their bills?
Tina Afric, for the record, there was a small amount of money. I'm not sure where it's at right now, because most of these landlords did not apply, because I believe the rules were pretty strict. None of my landlords applied. Most of them during the pandemic were able to put their mortgages on hold. So for instance, the tenant I told you didn't pay for 15 months, we were fortunate enough to where the landlord was able to put that mortgage on hold. That is obviously not an option anymore. And so I think we have to be careful, because the last 2 years were unique. Obviously, we all went through an event that, we've never seen in our lifetime, and we are still going to see ramifications from that for probably, the fallout for that for some time in the housing market. Nobody knew that this housing market was going to do what it did, and it didn't just do it on resale, it did it on rents. And so again, we walk a fine line, because if we placed a tenant in 2020 at the rental rates then, and rents have gone up, we've all seen the news, 25% year over year. I explained to my owners, you placed a tenant that could afford $1,000 a month. You did not place a tenant that can afford $1,250 a month. Their pay did not go up 25% just because the rents went up. Now, with that said, if we have a vacant home, then we're going to do our best to maximize the amount of profit to our owner. That's our job. And so if I have a vacant condo that I can get $1,500 for where I was getting $1,200, then that's what I'm going to do. Just on a little side note, one thing that we are starting to see happen in the market is tenants that are at lower rents, and we're keeping it at the lower rents. We've caught 3 tenants in just the last month subleasing out the property at a higher rent. So they're moving out, moving in with someone else, getting another property, taking our property and raising it to, let's say, $1,800 from $1,200, and they're pocketing that money, and we have no idea what's going on. So we are starting to see that pattern form a little bit. I don't know if it's going to be a big issue or not, but that is another issue that landlords are having to deal with. The one eviction we had that I told you was that situation. We didn't evict our original tenant. We had to evict the person that she put into the property who never paid any rent.
That had to be a complicated mess for you, I'm sure. I appreciate that, and thank you, Chair, for the time.
Wonderful. I've been told that Assemblywoman Marzola does not have any questions. And so I think we'll move on, but I do have one question. You said that you have 2 questions. You said you have 3 tenants that you had to evict for illegally subletting. Out of how many units that you all rent?
We only evicted one. One we caught because she was advertising, and somebody happened to call us and say, does she have the right to do this? So we avoided that one. And then the last one we did not. The last one we're actually in the process of trying to figure out. Oh, no, the last one, I worked with the person that they placed. It was a very unfortunate situation of what happened to the tenant. And I worked with the tenant to get their money back from the prior tenant who took about $6,000 from them. So we were able to get that money back, and we placed the new tenant even without running credit or anything. I just said, at this point you're in, we're not going to kick you out. We're going to give you an opportunity to start paying the rent. I manage about 400 properties.
Okay, so my math is not great, but that's about 1%. Right?
Correct. It's just something that's new. We've just not experienced it in the past. That's why I say it. I'm not saying it's going to be a big problem. I'm just saying that when you never experience it in the past and you're starting to experience it, it could just be the signs of a possible problem. And also with those 400 numbers, remember, I've only evicted one tenant since 2020. One. That's pretty incredible considering how many people went large amounts. And I will also say that we had several tenants move out owing $7,000 or $8,000. So a lot of owners did get stuck when there was the moratorium, which I agreed with the moratorium. I'm not saying it was a bad thing. I'm just saying that when that moratorium went into place, there was very little protection for landlords when tenants up and moved with these huge balances.
Understood. You said that your clients will raise the rent. Do they do that on a yearly basis at the beginning or at the end of an existing lease agreement?
So what I do is 90 days in advance of the expiration of the lease, I will contact my owner. I'll pull the comps and tell them, your tenant's been a great tenant. They've paid on time. Do you want to renew their lease? That's my first question. Second question is, if you do you want to raise the rent? Here are what the comps are. Here's what I suggest. It's been a nightmare. It's been terrible. This job has not been fun lately. I'm just going to say it has been very emotionally challenging when you know that rents have gone up. You have somebody renting for $1,500 and the comps are $2,200. I mean, I won't do it. I won't raise someone's rent that much. I'll quit and let the owner do it themselves. But most of our owners will agree to, let's say, $200. But they're going up, and I don't really know the right answer to it, to be honest with you. It is a very tough position for us to be in.
So I'm really moved by your commitment to be honorable and to have standards. But I think we've been hearing for months now some pretty horrific stories, and the numbers that we're hearing about evictions and about people receiving these notices and what the court is telling us is just not sinking. So it appears that your situation just may be, the good guys, but we have so many other situations where we are hearing all the time. Every day, I spent hours on the phone this week with a constituent in absolute tears. For most people, I talked to a senior citizen yesterday who absolutely chewed my behind. $85 increase for a person on a fixed income is, if she's making $900 a month on Social Security and her rent goes up $85, that's almost 10%. And so I think that we have to also choose to see that what the market will bear may not be what the market should be bearing. There was a story in the Current today talking about the people who work in this state and what they make. It doesn't add up. People's income is not going up 30 and 40%. And so I think we've got to disconnect, a significant disconnect, and we've got to deal with it. So
I have to tell you, I completely agree with you on seniors. It's a real issue. When I have any client that wants to buy in a age-restricted area, it's exactly what I tell them. Look, you just don't have the flexibility to raise rents on seniors. I have one senior that's been with me many, many years, and I'm fond of her. I like her. I don't. And every, I'm able to keep my owner down to $25, $30 rent increases just to kind of keep up. But I would push back a little bit with your statement in the way that I don't think I'm the exception. I think that the bad landlords you're hearing from are the exception. And I think that there's always two sides to a story. If you talk to one of my tenants I've evicted, I'm the worst person in the world. I didn't work with them. I didn't do anything for them. Just anything you can imagine. I'm the victim. We had one guy take 3 months of CHAP, $8,000, and bailed. He never paid the owner the CHAP funds. And so, but I'm the bad guy. And so I think it's very important when you hear from constituents to understand that, I'm not saying you don't understand, but to know that there's another side of that story, that they may be 100% correct. You may just have a terrible person that's evicting them. but more than likely, this person's been trying to get rent for months. And at some point, if you can't get rent, landlords are not charities. They can't let people live in their houses for free for months on end and still have all the legal obligations that an owner has. So where is that fine line? Is it helping seniors get money somehow to help pay their rent? I mean, I don't know.
Assemblywoman Rocky Finseth, for the record. Miss Afric, right, is one of our members, right? But she represents 400 doors. We could have rolled out thousands of property managers today with very similar stories, in total managing thousands of doors in this valley, but we didn't. But we can if that's what the committee desires. We were focused on the interest of time and on the interest of the topic at hand. But I assure you, Miss Afric is not the exception within our membership.
Thank you very much for that information. Do we have any more questions? All right. Thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate your time. Oh, Senator Harris,
You almost got away.
Time.
Almost. So close. So close. Out of all of the owners that you represent, have any of them had to lose their home because of failure to rent of their tenants in the course of the last 2 years?
No, because there was the mortgage moratorium. So owners were able to put their mortgages on hold during the pandemic. Many of them sold after the pandemic was over, but even that presented its own unique challenges because we can't, even on a 30-day notice, to terminate at the end of a month-to-month lease, it's taking months. There's no more simple, or I wouldn't even say simple, but there is no more terminating a lease, a month-to-month lease. It's very difficult.
Senator Harris? I think I saw Assemblyman McO'Neill. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify, if I understand it correctly, 486 requires a landlord to file the eviction or to do the eviction notice before they can access those emergency funds. Is that correct? Is that my understanding correct?
Assemblyman O'Neill, I'll defer to Miss Banks.
Tiffany Banks for the record. Sorry, there was kickback. So as part of the program, originally the tenants could apply directly, but what was happening was you had a lot of tenants that were ignoring the process. And so 486 provided an avenue for the landlords then to apply directly, but they had to give substantial notice. So yes, substantial notice in order for the tenant to then not apply, for them to even have an opportunity to apply directly. So there has to be like this new, it was like a layered noticing process. So the landlord couldn't just apply, but yes, eviction, all of that had to have already been served. That's correct.
Can you just explain to me quickly the substantial you're saying? Describe that. What's substantial notice? That I've contacted them 6 times in 6 minutes, 6 times in 6 hours? What's substantial?
So Tiffany Banks for the record. So what I mean is, so originally the tenant could apply, and if the tenant was either denied or they weren't responding to requests, then the landlord then had the responsibility to, the landlord couldn't just apply and get the funds. They had to be sure that the tenant went through all of these steps, and that was setting the landlord back a substantial amount of time because a tenant was just not responding, but the landlord still had to wait for that process of them to try to get approved through CHAPS, and then the landlord could apply themselves.
Thank you. That helps me out understand. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. It's my understanding that the CHAPS money goes to the landlord unless the landlord refuses those dollars. Can you please Do you mind if I ask, somebody can clarify that for me, please?
So basically what happens is CHAPS will contact us. We have landlord portals. We do have some landlords that will not participate, very few. The reason being is once you apply for CHAPS, you cannot take any notice against the tenant for 60 days. So what we are experiencing is the same tenants are applying for CHAP over and over again. So let's say the landlord went 3 months without rent. They finally get the CHAPS funds in. The next month they don't get rent. The process starts all over again. If the landlord does not participate, the money goes directly to the tenant, which is the one I had just mentioned about taking the $7,000 or $8,000 and leaving. The tenant is obligated to pay it to the owner, but they usually don't. I shouldn't say usually. In my experience, it has not worked out. The tenant will take the money and then leave and use the money for a new house or whatever they're going to do. So the only time the owner doesn't is, for instance, the reason my owner didn't is they were trying to sell the house. And so we had noticed on a 30-day notice at the beginning of December, he stopped paying rent, applied for CHAPS, got the money in February, left.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Any other questions? Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. Really do. All right. We will now move forward on the agenda and hear from the Nevada Apartment Association, and I believe we have Susie Vasquez and Mackenzie Warren Kay.
Good afternoon, committee. Mackenzie Warren Kay. It's kind of fun to say on the record. Thank you, Assemblywoman. I want to acknowledge LCB staff, Ms. Diane Thornton in particular, super organized in getting us here today. I'm joined by Susie Vasquez, Executive Director of the Nevada State Apartment Association, and with your indulgence, I will turn it over to Ms. Vasquez.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Good afternoon, everyone. Is there a PowerPoint that I have, or no?
Broadcast, if you could please put the PowerPoint up.
I'm just going to jump in. It should be on the desktop on that computer.
While she works on that, I just want to mention Nevada State Apartment Association represents 67% of all multifamily property owners and managers in the state of Nevada. We ensure that best practices are practiced on our member properties, as well as ensuring that we provide them with proper education and guidance when needed, legal counsel as well, and obviously advocate on behalf of our industry. Thank you. Perfect. If you can go to the next slide, Mackenzie. There we go. So today we're going to present to you a housing stability program. And the pandemic has clearly demonstrated that housing stability is in the interest of Nevadans, residents, property managers, and owners alike. A strong model for improving both resident stability and rent collections is well worth further consideration. The next slide will show barriers to housing and there's three in particular that come to mind. Landlords and tenants alike have limited knowledge of available resources and how or where to access these resources. The second barrier is that legal aid, their resources are limited in their reach to residents. They can only do so much. They've done a phenomenal job, but again, can only do so much. And the third barrier is residents' participation and engagement is challenging in order to effectively assist those in need of resources, as the pandemic has proven. Before we go into some proposed solutions, I do want to mention that we have been working with Chief Judge Zaragoza as part of her eviction diversion program, and these are some of the creative solutions that have been put forward. A simplified eviction notice. One thing that we certainly experienced during the pandemic was when it turned into a one-page notice turned into an 8-page notice, it didn't necessarily encourage any more communication between the landlord and the tenant. So that is proposed solution number one. Proposed solution number two is a modeled after Wynn Residential's housing stability program. Wynn Residential manages 100,000 units in 22 states, plus Washington, D.C. 50,000 of those units are affordable units, and they have implemented this program across their portfolio. It's a systemized and accountable it focuses on systematized and accountable resident education at move-in and at lease renewal or recertification. If it is a tax credit program, they go through a recertification process versus just a lease renewal process. And proactive communication, so each household is informed and engaged in their rights, responsibilities, and resources available regardless of circumstances throughout their tenancy. The housing stability notice will include household rent obligation, rent due date and rent schedule, their fee schedule, the recertification process, an overview of the collections process and the legal eviction process and a timeline, as well as a list of resources with their contact information. To continue on the WIN Residential Housing Stability Program, we also are looking to develop a waiver which would enable landlords to initiate needed resources on behalf of residents in order to retain housing. We would like to assist residents with technology or other resources, as we have been for quite some time now, needed to obtain the required documentation and to be able to help them complete the process of receiving those resources. And then furthermore, the final proposed solution would be to partner with legal aid, housing authorities, Clark County Social Services, or other agencies to provide free financial literacy videos for our residents and the community. Finally, the rental housing industry believes that evictions are a reality that can often be mitigated with partnerships and cooperation among all parties. And with that, I will hand it over to Mackenzie.
Mackenzie Warren Kay. Just jumping in here, Assemblywoman Nguyen, you had asked a question of the other presenters, how do we proactively engage with tenants if we foresee there's an issue? So just teasing out one of the concepts that Susie just touched on, the concept of a waiver. One of the biggest barriers for landlords is the confidentiality piece. So even if I knew, Ms. Black was a veteran, I knew her veteran status, she's suddenly fallen behind. I couldn't give Ms. Black's information to a veteran nonprofit or social services without her permission. So through the onboarding process, when that relationship starts between landlord and resident, we can educate them to say, we have this waiver. Should you sign it, you're giving us permission and the ability to connect you with the resources that most fit your need. Because one of the biggest struggles is getting into contact with that resident. Maybe they don't have access to an email, maybe their cell phone has changed, and social services has shared a statistic with us that was pretty striking, that it takes 6 attempts before they're able to get through to that tenant to get the information they need to hopefully get them linked in with the programs to avoid the eviction altogether, or on the back end after the eviction has already occurred and they're trying to find rapid rehousing for that person. So as much work can be done on the front end was a great lesson that came out of the pandemic, citing to those payment arrangements that when we were able to engage and work something out, then we could avoid the eviction altogether.
Thank you so much for that information and for your presentation. I have a couple of questions, and then I'd like to go to the folks on the dais. You mentioned the WIN program, which I believe is based out of Massachusetts. And you say it's a good model. And my question would be for you, Chapter 40, which governs evictions, would you all also be interested in, one, the diversion court, which was mentioned earlier, but also adopting some of the other rules that are in that program, which is like a 14-day notice period. The landlord files the complaint with the court and the tenant has time to answer.
Mackenzie Warren Kay, thank you for the question, Assemblywoman. We are suggesting that as part of the construct in putting together the eviction diversion program. So we've walked Chief Judge Zaragoza along with legal aid and others about this idea, and I think the plan now, we had a meeting yesterday, we've got another one next week. We're hoping to launch that as soon as later this month, it's my understanding. And I think it gives us a great opportunity to run with some of these concepts in a piloted model before we understand what makes sense to adopt in NRS. But I would say we are engaged, we are at the table, and depending on what that policy would look like, we want to help improve the relationship. I'd also just, another broad concept that we've discovered is some of the legalese and the language barriers. I mean, I'm an attorney, but gosh, I need 10 more degrees, to navigate some of these notices and concepts. And so one of the suggestions we've made through this eviction diversion program is finding a way to use plain language. So at the very start of that landlord-resident relationship, we can explain it to our residents in plain terms. Unlawful detainer. Well, what does that mean, right? So really making it simple and less adversarial from the very start of that relationship. So if and when, we hope not, our tenants find themselves in an inability to pay, the door is open for them to come talk to us, and we've done our job at the front end of that relationship and explaining it in real life terms.
Thank you. And I heard that suggestion about having the waiver at the beginning of the relationship and having some more clear instructions when Judge Zaragoza was here. And we'll get back to that. I do have a question. You did mention in your presentation recertification and looking at people's income, but that mostly applies, if I'm not mistaken, to people who are on subsidized housing. So according to this article that I saw today in the Current, and we've talked about it ad nauseum, that people's income has not increased. So we come to the end of a lease, and the lease is $1,200 today, but the market says you should be able to get $1,800, $1,700, $2,000 a month. Where do we go with that? How do we deal with recertifying people who are not on subsidized housing, people who are working regular jobs in the fields that have built this community and this state, which is gaming and entertainment? How do we deal with that, with the people not being able to afford what you all want to charge?
Mackenzie Warren Kay, again, thank you for the question. We would probably miss Assemblyman O'Neill's dinner time if I launched into rent prices and what we're seeing in our market. I will say that Ms. Vasquez and I came here today prepared to discuss summary eviction, but the Apartment Association was one of the initial members of the Nevada Housing Coalition, and the topic of rent prices and tackling, this problem, specifically looking to those that are in the, LIHTC property or Section 8 holders, our fixed income seniors, all these are being tackled by this Nevada Housing Coalition. And there is a Northern and Southern Nevada meeting later this month where we expect more ideas and policies are emerging because it is a problem. I just don't know that where Ms. Vasquez and I sit today that we would be able to answer that question.
Well, thank you for that honesty, but I think that we can't have a full conversation if we don't talk about how rents are increasing. And if we have a person who's making $25,000 a year at a hotel as they're, a solid citizen with a kid or two, and all we're talking about is the process of how to evict them, we haven't talked about the process of how to rehouse them and where will they go if rates everywhere are out of control. So, I'll get off my soapbox on that. I'll just add this. I'm in Assembly District 6. We've had the highest rate of employment in this state for the entire 23 years I've lived there. 15% is the average. During COVID, it is estimated it might be 30%. And some of those folks are not finding new income. I'm being chastised. Okay. And some of those folks are not finding new jobs. And so the only thing that they are facing is eviction. And the ability for them to be able to find rehousing is to go to a daily, weekly. That's not housing. That's step one towards homelessness. And I think we have to have a full conversation. I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Kay.
Mackenzie Warren Kay, thank you, Assemblywoman. I will say, Susie and I spent an afternoon at Clark County Social Services meeting with an amazing, impressive group of mostly women that are fielding these calls from folks that are staring at that eviction notice. And we wanted to hear directly from the boots on the ground. What are the hurdles? What are the barriers? We're meeting with various policymakers looking at everything from childcare. What's keeping folks from getting back to work? The underemployment issue is huge. So we're attacking this from a community standpoint. In no way are we, making light of the crisis. And that's why, our presentation today really focused on that preventative, right? How can we prevent the eviction from even occurring by connecting them with the wraparound services that are available to stop it dead in its tracks? And whether that's, revising the way the notice works or implementing some education that's mandatory at the front end, we're committed to doing that, because from what we've learned, if you attack it from the front, it's a lot better than letting the eviction go through and having to deal with it on the back end. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone on the dais have any questions? Chair Scheibel.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to focus on one of them. And this goes back to the waivers. And can you just explain really briefly, is the waiver purely like waiving a privacy right to allow the landlord or the property manager to communicate with outside agencies on behalf of the tenant? Is that what it is?
Mackenzie Warren Kay, in a nutshell, yes. And it would be optional, but it would be, the landlord's job, and we're motivated to do so, to say, we've implemented this because if a tenant or resident gets in trouble later on down the road and we don't have an ability to connect you with social services, then this is an opportunity to allow that communication to occur.
I'm just really baffled how a landlord's hands would be tied, preventing them from communicating with a nonprofit or government or civil organization anyway. So can you please explain that to me?
Susie Vasquez for the record. Throughout the pandemic and actually interacting with the chat program, it is challenging for us to be able to assist our residents throughout the process. So we would like, with the waiver, the opportunity to release enough information for any service to be able to initiate the process with a resident. So it's really just being more proactive and ensuring that the tenant does have access to those resources, or at least getting the ball rolling.
So what was information that you weren't allowed to share?
No, the CHAP program wouldn't be allowed to share with us whether or not they'd applied, for instance, or what their status of their application was, which we still wouldn't be able to capture with the waiver. It's a mechanism that we found was needed when talking to CHAP program as we move forward. It's just a barrier that is there for the landlord to be able to refer or initiate the process.
Mackenzie Warren Kay, and to elaborate, I think the concept, which is still in its working form, is that there would then be a hotline established. And if the hotline is the route that we go, then that may supplant the waiver concept. It depends on what we're including on the waiver form. For example, certain, status information about which social services may apply to that person. It's something that we've raised with Justice Zaragoza and with legal aid, and through our experience with CHAP and the varying Treasury guidelines, we have a bit of PTSD over what we can and cannot do. And so the form is in its infancy. So depending on what would be included, it may run afoul of confidentiality, which is why we needed the waiver. However, there's been this idea of a hotline that could be set up specifically for the use of, I think, both landlords and tenants. But through our experience, we would maybe assume that landlords would be the one on that hotline, and then we would not have the need for the form. I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Assemblywoman Nguyen.
Thank you. As a part of the Apartments Association, do you have any kind of coordinated, like, I guess, I don't want to call it tracking, but like logging of tenants that have been at different properties?
Susie Vasquez, for the record, we unfortunately do not. We just merely provide best practices and education opportunities for our members. So we don't dig into the day-to-day, no.
Okay, and then as far as the only thing that you do as potentially as a part of a background is look at people's like eviction histories? Like, do you do that type of background check?
We don't also provide that for our members. No, they each have their own programs that they utilize.
Okay, so there's no coordinated programs, but each individual like property owner, I guess, could have any one of these things. Is that correct?
They could contract with their screening services, yes.
And Mackenzie Warren K, each property takes a different approach. So some may choose to look at evictions. Others have different pressure points. But I would note Assembly Bill 141 sealed evictions during the COVID emergency. So those evictions are not available to those landlords should they opt to do that eviction screening.
Do these individual, to your knowledge, do any of these individual like companies have their own internal process for maintaining those that did not pay during the eviction process that may not have, or during the COVID pandemic that maybe, you know, it was sealed as a part of like a court record, but they have those internally that they use?
Susie Vasquez, for the record, the screening company is utilized to have a third party facilitate the access to the credit screening, any eviction screening, criminal screening. They also are typically tasked with verifying income and a number of items that a landlord can request from the screening company. And then the screening company then provides a score for that individual to determine whether or not they would qualify for the apartment.
And I'm sorry, I just may not know the process, so if you can help clarify it, so it might be a pretty obvious question. But if someone pre-sealing or without sealing, if they have like an eviction, it goes on, what kind of record does that go on? Like, how do you search that record?
Public record.
Okay. And then is that separate from like a ding that would happen on their credit score for not paying rent?
Susie Vasquez, for the record. So the credit screening report is pulled separately from the public record.
So even if we sealed COVID eviction records, that still non-payment would show up on their credit score. Is that correct?
Susie Vasquez, for the record, yes.
Okay,
more
thank
than
you.
likely.
Anyone else on the dais here? All right. I believe we saw Assemblyman O'Neill's hand. Sir, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Warren K., I appreciate your concern on my dinners. I haven't had a home-cooked meal this week, so thank you for thinking of me for a moment. But one quick question. Do you have any numbers on the actual number of evictions or lockouts by constables that have occurred over the last, say, this year compared to last year, or any comparison? Do you have any of those numbers, the actual evictions or those lockouts?
Thanks to Ms. Mackenzie Warren K. The Las Vegas Justice Court I know keeps those records. I wouldn't say there's one centralized place to get those numbers, but the courts have been able to provide those.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Assemblyman O'Neill. We're actually trying to pull that data. I believe it was provided last month by Judge Saragosa, and we're going to see if we can find it to refer to it a little bit later. I do have one other question. Let me pull it up really quick. In your slides, you speak about, you suggest having the fee schedule in housing stability notice so that they know, your tenants know what it is. Do you also think it's a good idea to have these fees conspicuously posted when advertising for your units? Do you think that would change if people knew that there were additional fees, that they might realize that, you know, an extra, it may look like the rent's $1,100, but with the other fees, it might be more?
Mackenzie Warren Kay, thank you, Assemblywoman. I think the fee discussion is, you know, something we're always willing to have. I think probably for today, you know, we really came here to speak about summary eviction and our participation in the eviction diversion, and also our close work with Clark County. One positive thing to report that did come out of yesterday's meeting was the stark reality of CHAP coming to an end and a renewed focus on a fixed income CHAP program, if you will. Which I think is really the critical next step. But as far as, you know, fees and how we disclose to our tenants and potential tenants, that's a conversation we are absolutely willing to have, just probably wouldn't be able to provide a sophisticated answer for today's hearing.
Thank you. All right. Do you have anything else to add?
Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your time. We appreciate you. At this time, I'd like to ask Dr. Tiffany Tyler Garner, Ms. Annette Dawson, Deshaun Jackson, and Ms. Erin Patterson of Children's Advocacy Alliance to step forward and bring a presentation to us. Thank you.